What is up? What is up? What is up? Randon's the first person here. What's up, Randon? If you're still here, thanks for the kind words. Takatori, what's going on? All you said is so I'm not sure if I should respond to you. Do halt, love Andrew's channel. So glad to be part of this community. Well, welcome to the community, man. Well, I typically don't like calling it a community. I'm against community stuff, but you're welcome to the crew, I guess. I guess that's a better way of putting it. Love the MFs. Mushoku Mondays. What's the MFs? MFs. I know what Mushoku Mondays, Apothecary Diaries. I'm guessing frieren. Is that the MFs? Or just calling us something very rude? All content that is premium shows. I really enjoy all the shows that I covered this year. I really thoroughly enjoyed. I wanted to do Meg and Dolly. I so badly wanted to do that, but it just didn't work out. The date we're releasing and stuff, it kind of didn't work out for me. So I'm excited to see what we're going to be covering next season for sure. Frieren's still going. Apothecary Diaries still going. What day was Dangers of My Heart? I think that was a Monday show, wasn't it? Oh, don't tell me that was a Monday show. Hopefully it's not a Monday show again. Let's look now. Hey Andrew, let's go look when that's. I don't know if they have the start date yet though. Any chart. It was a Saturday show. Okay, that'll work. If it's a Saturday show, that'll work. Was it a Saturday? Yeah, I guess it was a Saturday show, huh? Oh my gosh, bright screen. Any chart. Doesn't any chart have a dark mode? I have it on. There it is. I had it on already. I swear I had it on already. Anyways, that was dumb. But yeah, I'll be doing Danger of My Heart, frieren, Apothecary Diaries. Gushing over magical girls just a lol. I don't know. It's just gonna get demonetized anyways. Like, I'm barely getting my videos for 100 girlfriends out without YouTube going crazy about it. I don't know. I hit something sensitive on YouTube, so they're on me like a hawk right now for some reason. Unless somebody's just like flagging everything. Like I dispute it and they clear it every single time. It doesn't bother me, but it does kill the algorithm early. So I'm just basically supported by the subscribers, people that normally watch my videos. It's not a big deal, but it is kind of annoying. So I don't know. Maybe I'm on a bad list for YouTube right now. Well, hopefully that could. I mean, that's the reason why I would hope someday the channel's covered by Patreon. That way I don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. But it is what it is. It is what it is. You come into YouTube expecting these kind of things. You come into YouTube expecting they're not going to be nice to you. They're just not a. It's a company that doesn't want to hear from you. They want your videos. They want your content, but they don't want to hear from you, and they won't listen to you until you're 4 million subs or whatever. Then they suddenly like to talk to you a lot. But it is what it is. Anyways, back to the chat. Excel Dog, Andrew is wrong again. I'm always wrong. I've been to that several times before. JJK is 10 out of 10. Well, I'm glad you love it that much. Apparently it's being canceled right now. I did. It's one of those things where I guess I'm so desensitized to it, or it's just I don't care. Like, the whole thing with Mei Mei happens and I'm like, I didn't even blink. It just like it came up on the screen. They said it had to do with something, and the scene moved on, and I'm like, yeah, she kind of cut and run, but my mind didn't immediately go to, holy crap, we need to cancel this entire series. But leave it to certain people on social media that's the thing that apparently they're gonna cancel it for, is Mei Mei. So everybody, all the Jujutsu Kaisen fans, thank Mei Mei for destroying your show, because it's going down now. Maybe Crunchyroll will remove it. Anyways, hello Bean. Slam Dunk is best movie 2020. I'll take your word for it. I really do want to watch Slam Dunk. Unless that's not a typo that I'm not reading out loud. I feel like I'm being judged for onimai. I like how my starting screen was judging you more. Always be judged. Always be judged. This will be fun. Hey Kay, how's it going? Kay? Is it K or Key? My mind immediately went to Japanese. I went K. Rain, what's going on? Aaron, what's going on? Welcome to the chat. Called a cult, always. Yeah, I don't know. Some people like Jujutsu Kaisen. I watch it, but I'm not like a massive fan. I at this, like, this entire core, it's like cool animation, but I'm checked out on the story, that if it's even there, which I'm pretty sure it's not there. It's just people beating each other up. Truth be told, my only criticism, and I'll get into it when I get to that part in the list, by the way, is right here. I'll get into it when I get to Jujutsu Kaisen, but I'm not feeling this core, mainly in the idea that it has gotten to that point. It went from pretty much like early DBZ, where, you know, everybody sort of had a role to play, and we immediately jumped to Dragon Ball Super, where there's 2 important people and everybody else is there for comic relief. They're there to go Sugoi. Like, the power levels just shot through the roof, and it's not even funny. Like, the power levels were always messed up with characters like Gojo and stuff like that, but I had never felt it until now. Like, now I don't get the point of anybody but like 2 characters. It's kind of unfortunate, and it makes sense story-wise, for sure. I enjoyed Super as well, but you can't deny, Slayer, that there is a problem with power level there. Like, they keep bringing Krillin or whatever with them, and it's like, why is Krillin even here? Unless they pull somebody from another universe and say, oh, they're super weak, let them fight Krillin, so that Krillin gets one fight, I guess. Merry Christmas, Donald. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. JS, what's going on? Lil D, what's going on? Genghis, welcome. Sabanasu. YouTube gonna give you a lump of coal in your sock. I would be, if YouTube gave me a lump of coal in my sock, that at least told me that they know I exist, and I would be grateful for it. See, people don't realize a lump of coal at least tells you that you were acknowledged. So even if like, when I was a kid, if Santa Claus, if they said they was gonna give me a lump of coal, I'm like, well, that means I'm special. Like, I did something that he acknowledged. It's a good thing. Isn't Jujutsu Kaisen being canceled every week? Mappa's usually being canceled. It's not usually Jujutsu Kaisen, though. I read some Jujutsu Kaisen. We didn't care for that much. Hello, Tommy. How's it going? Hello, Nathaniel. Sorry. My tongue got stuck. I flubbed it. So excited when I saw you streaming. Well, I'm glad you're here. We should cancel Twitter. That's already in the works. You don't need to jump on that bandwagon. It's already going. The whole canceling Twitter thing is one of those situations where if you don't like Twitter, you don't have to worry because somebody else is handling it. Like, it is one of those cases where you're like, somebody else is handling it, don't worry. Like a key put in a hole. That sounded wrong. I have some fun time watching Undead Unluck over Kaisen, honestly. Oh yeah, for sure. Undead Unluck is just, it's fun. It is so fun. And at least it's got like a very intriguing concept behind it. The curses and stuff, I think early on I enjoy with Kaisen, but at some point it just kind of turned into a, like, 3 departments. Those that are curse users, some that destroy curses, and those that just want nothing but curse users. And it just, other than that, it's just kind of shrug. I enjoyed Goku Black arc for Super. Yeah, I enjoyed the Super one as well, or the Goku Black segment. Dragon Ball has had some problems. Each one of the supers, the one I enjoyed the most. Which Dragon Ball did I enjoy the most? I like to say that I liked GT the most, just because I want to make people mad. Like, legitimately, no joke, I did enjoy GT. I don't know. I guess I enjoy probably the early DBZ moments. You know, Vegeta showing up and stuff. I think those were like the most hype I've ever been in the series. Cell Saga was good as well. Not many people understand DBZ references here. Mahiro still pointing at us. Yes, because you bullied her. Anybody that bullies Mahiro gets Mihari on them. Just use your last name. Is it Croppo or is it actually legitimately a joke? I don't know. I don't want to assume. Driving through fog and I'm stuck behind the line of cars. I'll be careful, man. Don't. You can listen to me. I hope you're not watching. Just do not look. Audio only, please. Be safe out there. The worst experience I ever had driving was I used to have to travel cross country on a regular basis. And I was driving through New Mexico at some point. And I got, like, suddenly out of nowhere, like, this massive blizzard came through. And it was like, I could be wrong. It seemed like it was at least 1.5 feet of snow. And the snow was just completely obscuring my view. And I was in this long stretch, and I couldn't see, literally you could not see much, like very far in front of you or whatever. You couldn't even see the exits if you wanted to exit. Like, you literally could not see anything but just snow. Your area of vision of your headlights was snow. You couldn't see the guardrail. You couldn't see the cliff to the right. You couldn't see exits. I did find one exit at some point and nearly slid right through it because the ground was so frozen. Like, I came up, it was an uphill exit, and I knew that it was iced surface, so I slowed down. Like, I let it kind of decelerate. And then when I got to the top, I was maybe going like 10 miles an hour, and then I started to press the brakes, and I can already feel my wheels just sliding. And then I slid all the way over on the on-ramp, and then like got probably 1.5 feet away from a guardrail. But yeah, I just traveled the whole time white-knuckled on the steering wheel like this. Find a truck and follow it. Just let the truck... That's my cue to everybody. If you ever are stuck in like some heavy snow, follow a truck. The diesel truck will... They don't care. Like, diesel truck drivers are like, whatever. They're just like hauling butt through this area while everybody else is slow. So you just kind of get behind them and just follow them. And then if you see suddenly their headlights kind of shift, you know it's time to not follow them because they went off an edge or something like that. You gotta pay attention to where how they're kind of bobbing and whatever. But it's like the best way to do it. But yeah, that was I want to say a good 2 straight hours of white knuckle driving in snow, not being able to see anything. It was terrifying. At some point, my windshield, the reason why I exited at some point is my windshield froze. Like, the whole windshield was just ice. I couldn't see through it. It was crazy. Story time with Andrew. Anyways, yeah, stay safe out there. Stay safe out there, man. Fading, love the content. Thank you, man, so much. Thanks for coming. Oh, hey, Andrew, Merry Christmas. I'm going to be listening to while I'm working. Do you mind saying the name of the show? Yeah, I will call the names. I'm not, whenever I do the best girl, best boys, it's hard to remember names, but I'm pretty good with the shows themselves. So, hope you're having a good day at work. For me, I don't care if, and Merry Christmas, by the way, Tungsten. For me, I don't care if I get nothing for Christmas. I love Christmas for what it is. Oh, good. That's a good attitude. But I hope you get a good Christmas either way. Tangerine, would you consider making a tier list for this tier list format public? Haven't found a good one. Well, I can, but the only problem is I don't have like 10 shows on the list. So like, I only put the ones that I actually watch in the list. So, but yeah, I can share it to you. Just know that it doesn't have certain shows. I can, way over here. Paste. There. That should go. I don't like Jujutsu Kaisen when they explain power while fighting. No. What I don't like about Jujutsu Kaisen, and it's really showing badly right now, is they have that problem with suddenly an episode opens up with a backstory of a character and you're like, oh, that character's dead. Like, it's got the whole, like, no character development for a character. Ever. And then suddenly you see their entire backstory and you're like, well, thanks. Now I know that character's dead. They do that whole kind of flagging thing. They did like two episodes ago. I'm like, oh, why are we doing this with this character right now? Loved early DBZ. DBZ Super, or Dragon Ball Super was better when it had Vic. Yeah, Broly was super good. Broly was super good. Hey, Renners. Oh, it's Crapo. Okay, I apologize. Did I? No, I said Crapo, didn't I? I said that. I didn't know New Mexico had blizzards. I didn't either. I didn't either. I did not either. It was out of nowhere. It was out of absolutely nowhere. It was like up in the hills too, so that's probably more what it was about. I'm here to see my top 2 anime in 2013 with Sugar Happy Fairy Tale, or Sugar. I always say Sugar Happy, Sugar Apple Fairy Tale rank. Thank you for always talking about such a wide variety of anime. Not many YouTubers do. Yeah, because I've discovered that it's not very profitable. I mean, I do it because I love it. But I do acknowledge that it's not the best way to make content on YouTube because, for example, like Yuzuki Family. I made a video on Yuzuki Family. I made a video trying to push people to watch Overtake. Nobody watched them. Unless it's the mainline shows, nobody's gonna watch your video. Every now and then I'll catch the attention of people with a good thumbnail and then they get interested in the show itself, but like the majority of content creators are not going to be doing that because it's just nobody watches the content whenever you're covering something they don't know what it is. Probably put Shy in S tier, also Tierman Empire. I'm not done with Tierman Empire. I'm like episode 9. I'm behind on it. But everything else, the only shows I have, I guess I should probably preface this with this. The only shows I do not have done actually is any shows that are still airing, obviously, like Kaisen's got 1 more episode. Meg and Dolly's got 1 more episode. The only shows that I have that I'm like terribly behind for this season is Tear Moon, Shy. What was the other one? It's like 2 other ones. So I'll be a little bit limited on my thoughts on them, but the rest I got. So we should probably start finally. We got plenty of folks in here. But no, I do enjoy Tierman though. I thought Tierman was awesome for about 6 episodes, and I've grown a bit apathetic towards it since. I can't blame you because I'm starting to feel that. I'm starting to feel like it's still got the charm there, but it's not like punching me as much as it used to. Caught another live stream. Hey, Hitori, how's it going? Yuzuki is easily the best of the season. Oh yeah. I think Yuzuki Family made me tear up like 3 times. 3 times. Only 166 shows. Only. Only. Anyways, let's kick things off. I think we got Spy Family. Let me add this real quick beforehand, because then it'll spoil if I do it while I'm going through these. Real below. Trash. We got the trash one. I think I also need a... I won't make a drop one, because there's going to be a few shows that I dropped. I see what shows you're covering, so I'd rather wait to see some of it before I see your video. Oh yeah, I appreciate it. I understand the idea of somebody wanting to watch the show first. Spy Family this season, because this one's right. I don't think we had another one earlier this year. Was part 2 was not earlier this year, right? That was last year. The trash bin is back. Spy Family this season gave me pretty much everything I want. Finally getting Yor doing something, which was fantastic. I will admit there was a few slow points in it, but that's kind of par for the course that I found with Spy Family. They're type of, as a series that honestly it depends on who it's covering. Like if it's covering Becky, if it's covering Anya, if it's covering Yor, I thoroughly enjoy it. If it covers Yuri or Frost, I just don't care. So it's always a mixed bag, and I enjoyed Damien's episodes too. But it always depends on what they're kind of covering and what it's doing, that it depends on if I'm going to enjoy it or not. And I really enjoy the fact that Yor finally, like, did things. Like, they finally had Yor doing something. Granted, I have no expectation of it really shifting the narrative or anything, but it was still enjoyable. But I will admit that, like, yeah, I don't care for Yor's brother. He's probably the worst part of the show. People are saying they're going to do something cool with him, but sure, we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, it's not like the greatest show ever. It was S tier, like early first season, but it's kind of, and it kind of dropped down to B for me. But I think this season brought it back up for me for sure. Yeah, yours is just nothing but fighting this season. Shield Hero, 3rd season. It's better than the last season for sure, but that's not saying much. Shoot. I think I'll go C. I think C's fine. How far am I in season 3? What happened last? They had the dragon thing. They fought the dragon. They left the dragon. I think that's where I left off. They just beat up the dragon and then head back home. So that's where I'm at. Oh no, then they did the bow hero stuff. Yeah, then the bow hero. They were fighting the bow hero. The bow hero found out the truth about that we all knew. And then they took the bow hero back. And then what they were doing after that? It's such a it's kind of a mixed bag for me. Like, I enjoy everything around Naofumi's crew. I enjoy him building up his town. I hate everything that has to do with villains. I will always. Ever since the second part of the first season, I have not liked this writer's writing of villains. His villains suck so bad, and I hate them every time they're on the. If any character, like if Raphtalia suddenly becomes a bad guy, I know the writing's gonna be terrible, and I'm not gonna want to see her on the screen anymore. Like, it's that easy. If the bow hero becomes a villain, I don't like them. Just get them off the screen. Their writing's gonna be terrible. To be honest, part of the light novel was really slow too. I don't find it slow. I just find it just dumb. Like, it is so dumb. Solid B tier Shield Hero. Understandable. The villains of Shield Hero aren't that interesting. They're just kind of they're not. Yeah, they're not interesting, but they're just kind of cringy villains. Like, they're the cackling bad guys every time. It's just I'm the cackling bad guy. Not, well, granted, like bow hero and sword hero is not cackling, but they're just kind of the reasoning stupid. I lost my men, and B Kim's walking up, and suddenly I believe her, and I don't believe anybody else. Shield Hero made 180 this season. He used to be so level-headed. The Shield Hero, Naofumi himself, or are you talking about Shield Hero itself? Because the problem with Tear Moon early on is a big bad. Mia is just fighting something unknown, like Guillotine. Continuing onwards, building a big bad very well. They got a lot of Bowsers. A lot of Bowsers stealing away the princess. That was season 2 with the book hero. That was a Bowser character just coming in and stealing Raphtalia. Bofuri season 2. I enjoy it, but I don't. I enjoy it, but I don't. Is that a way? I find it cute, but at the same time, I do find it kind of repetitive. So it's never been a very fulfilling show for me. Like, I enjoy the characters. I enjoy, Maple and all them. I especially like Maple's friend. I forget her name right now. Yeah, Bofuri season 2. Yes, it has a season 2. it's too repetitive. Like, it's just them running around getting skills, and it just kind of, it doesn't work for me in that regard. Nobody talks about this show. That's because it nearly didn't air, and they had tons of CGI. Hey Shadow, how's it going? Using the cute doggo. I love my new doggo emote. It's like my new favorite emote is my doggo emote. Before he lacks something that I can't put my head on to. Like I said, it's just kind of it's too. I guess it's kind of like my issue as what was it called? As Beelzebub Wishes or whatever. The one that had Beelzebub and they were like this cute lolly girl that was wanting to sleep all the time. It's like that, where it's like it's too much sugar and not enough other mixtures with it. It's like I'm just pouring dry mixture of sugar in my mouth. Like, I need something to kind of chew through it with. Fire Hunters. The Fire Hunter. Will this be the first? Is this the first? It needs a big bad. I don't think it needs a big bad. It just needs like something in there to kind of mix it up, I guess. Like it's always about let's get skill, let's get skill, let's get skill, let's go to the next level, let's get skill. And at some point I'm like, I don't care anymore. I don't think it's trash. I love the world they're building and everything. It's just it doesn't look the greatest, and I think it has just a narrative issue, or at least an adaptation narrative issue. It's a fascinating world, and I want to know more about the world. It doesn't look the best. I think the thing that's most distracting is its visuals, even though they do a lot of really creative stuff with it. I don't know that I'll do season 2. Like, it's literally right around the corner. I don't know that I'll be able to go through season 2. It might be one that, like, read the book instead, maybe. Probably needs something like becoming the world #1 ranking Bofuri is. Inspector, I didn't even watch season 2. Why is this in the list? I must have accidentally grabbed it. I didn't watch season 2. No, I did. I watched some of season 2. Yeah, I watched the Yuki story and stuff. How far did I get? I think I got through Yuki's story at least, which I think was a second story, right? And then I got started in the next arc. When I watched of it, the Yuki story's really good. I really liked Yuki's story, and it was Aoyuki, so that's like a double. I don't want to rank it. I didn't watch enough of it. I'm not gonna rank it. Only good one of season 3. All it takes is Aoyuki, and you get a plus for me. I have so many light novels I'm behind on. I keep telling people I would love to read more light novels, but I'm so focused on doing the Mushoku Mondays, and I don't want to read other stuff and get my theories and stuff mixed up, because there's too much. Mushoku's already got too much in my head. Make an A tier for did not work. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, didn't watch. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna do a dropped didn't watch. I'll probably do that now. Add row below. Drop. Hold. Didn't. Yeah, I'll just put drop hold. That kind of suffices it. All right, Kuma Bear. See, Kuma Bear, I think, is a great example of doing something that I think is missing in Bofuri. Now, while I'm not saying that Kuma Bear is like steps and bounds above, it is above Bofuri for me. But whereas like Bofuri, again, going into the second season, kind of just keep doing the same thing as it was doing the first season and didn't really kind of advance or do anything to kind of mix it up. I feel like Kuma Bear is an example of doing pretty much the same thing that Bofuri's doing, being an OP main character in a video game, but doing so many other things. Now, I will argue that Kuma Bear does technically get stuck in the rut a lot and spin its wheels. Like, every now and then we have to have her suddenly make a new piece of cake, and then we have to have every single character respond to how the cake tastes. But at least it's like doing a lot more interesting stuff than... And plus, I think where Kuma Bear, for some reason, just hits me better when it comes to the geekdom. Like, seeing her geek out about Mithril and stuff like that, that hits me. Like, seeing somebody geek out about getting a new skill doesn't. Like, I feel like this is almost like a wannabe gamer nerd type of game, whereas I think Kuma Bear, I feel like the writer knows the video game fandom a lot better. I got it. Add a Kirito to Bofuri. His Seiyu is probably at least in there somewhere. You know it. Season 2 of Bofuri, the art fell off. Oh yeah, they had some bad. They had a lot of CGI in the first season too. Like whenever her friend is doing anything, it's just suddenly they do CGI. But I will say, like, her mech suit and stuff like that is super good. The way they animate it. This is the... I've been saying all the names right. I think I've said all the names. I was told to say all the names. blanking on name right now. Sacrificial Princess and the King of Beasts. Oh my gosh, it was like right there at the tip of my brain. I couldn't get it out. I think Sacrificial Princess, like low A, high B. I really enjoyed it, but I will admit that it has some dragging points. Like there is a formula this writer likes to go into, which is technically the point of the story is she has to prove herself to everybody. And like episode opens up, new person that she has to prove herself to. She does something incredible. The person accepts her, and they move on to the next episode. Then there's a new person that doesn't accept her. She has to prove herself to that person. They accept her. Next episode. I love their chemistry, though. The two main characters, their chemistry is fantastic. Leo and... Leo and... Somebody help me in the chat. Come on. This is going to drive me crazy all night if I don't remember her name. I'm probably going to watch anything that goes in your S or A. Well, good. At least I know that you trust me. Nobody else does. So be kind to my watch list. That not going to happen. Not going to happen. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Villa's got it. Sari and Leo, their chemistry was fantastic. They're super sweet. And Sari has some really amazing episodes. I especially like the cat kingdom and the little cat princess. That was a really sweet little moment. Anyways, Hell's Paradise was this year. It's gotta be a lie. Hell's Paradise. It was enjoyable, and I was intrigued by the world. And yes, I will admit that this is gonna make some people mad. I'm gonna not even say that. I was gonna say something, and I'm just gonna like, there's this person over here that's like, Andrew, just don't even say it. Like, you know, it's just gonna make people mad. Don't even say it. I think it's a solid low B. Like, I did enjoy it. It's an intriguing world. It's got a great art style to it, and I'm interested to see where it goes. I will say that I got a little annoyed for a bit because it just felt like it was just kind of just death for the sake of having death. But I mean, it's a brutal situation they're in, so low A anyways. Actually enjoyed it. Mappa did it dirty. B tier. I mean, was the manga that much better? Like, the early on, my frustration with the series early on was especially the fact that you didn't get to see the fights. And then I looked at the manga and seen that it was the same in the manga, so a lot of people say it's the weakest of the Dark trio, but it's pretty cool. I'm enjoying it more than... I was gonna say it again. I enjoyed it more than Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm sorry, I'll say it. I mean, production-wise, for sure, they put a lot more passion into... Well, not passion, but hard blood, sweat, and tears in a Kaisen, but... And that's mainly because it's, like, a new story. Because I was super invested in Kaisen when it first started. A lot of these shonen series always have a really nice start. When the world sets up and you're like, holy crap, this is interesting. I like the mechanics and everything. But it's always in what happens after that. So, like, the following cores where you start to get into... Does this story actually have legs? But yeah, I'm enjoying it. Plus Ria Takahashi is always a plus. Goblin Slayer. I think it has like what, 2 more episodes? 1 more episode? Goblin. I'm very mixed on this season of Goblin Slayer. Like I didn't so much care for the early segments of it, but it really did finally pick up when they went off to the Elf Kingdom and then started working for, you know, the Sword Maiden and doing all the stuff with the kingdom and the princess and all that kind of stuff. It really does feel like this season is what they were sort of setting up with in the first season, which is his desire for adventurers to kind of shape themselves up and stop being reckless. And so it kind of just turned into like a reverse academy arc. Like it's him being the academy. And I can't really say that that's the most interesting thing I've ever watched. There's been some really incredible moments in season 2, like especially with the priestess. Like I love a lot of what they're doing with her character. I enjoyed all the stuff around the elf. I love seeing the Goblin Slayer finally kind of showing some emotion, which kind of alludes to a lot of the stuff with his sister, which I've already kind of read into with the side manga series. I don't know. It's a very mixed bag. It's a very mixed bag. I think season 2 is a very massive mixed bag. Like there's segments where it's up here. There's segments where it's down here. I hated the stupid mage boy. I'm gonna put it in B. I think I'm gonna stick it in B. It is enjoyable. And they're still kind of wonky with the quality, but they still keep it kind of consistently solid at least. Did I watch like a sequel? Yes, I did. Yes, last year. I really enjoyed it last year. Unless you're joking about Magia Record or not Magia, Magical Revolution, Magi Revo. I was gonna say Magi Revo. This is this year's like a sequel. If that's what you're talking about. Hold on, kind of talks about the same things as season 1 with bad action scenes. I was hoping the mage boy would get off to the end of the story. There's still time. There's still time. Yeah, sometimes it surprises me, Velius. It's sometimes some of this stuff sneaks up on me. Eminence Shadow. This would be the first season. First season, core 2, I think, because I think the first core was last year. I don't remember. This is gonna be another B. I think I'm gonna be B heavy right now, but I think Eminence Shadow first season probably a solid B for me. Because I've mentioned this several times before, but Eminence Shadow is always a mixed bag for me. I don't like Sid when he's alone. I love Shadow Garden when they're alone, and I enjoy when Shadow Garden is with Sid. But whenever Sid's not with the girls, it just suddenly becomes the tier list is gonna Jenga tower. I'm gonna pull one out and it's gonna fall apart. That's always been my opinion of Eminence Shadow. Yeah, season 2, which I guess I can see if I can find it. If I can find it really quickly, I'll do a season 2 right now. Season 2 is, there was a blah arc in that one. The whole bank arc was kind of a slog. There was some good points in it, but for the most part, it was a massive slog. But I enjoyed the first arc with the Crimson Moon, and I enjoyed the later parts of the last arc. So the second season's a mixed bag for me too, and it would probably still be in a B area if I ever found it. It's usually cringe to me. I have trouble for some reason with that series with constantly trying to see it as reality, like he's dealing with real people, and I hate how he treats Shadow Garden. I can't get over how terrible he is to them. How many anime come out in this year? Probably 210, 220 maybe? I don't know, 210 maybe? I did not watch the second season of that. It kept getting delayed, and I just gave up on it. That's unfortunately the production issues kind of made me give up on. What's the name of it? I almost want to say Demon Lord Retry. It's not Demon Lord Retry. Demon Lord Academy. That's what I played. Season 2, Demon Lord Academy. Dr. Stone, New World, Part 1. I think this is Part 1. I think the creepy looking guy is Part 2. Part 1 had a really bad stopping point because it's a Part 1 and Part 2, so I might as well just put them together. Dr. Stone for me is always like really enjoyable, but at the same time not amazing. I don't think I'll ever see Dr. Stone as being amazing, but I do enjoy it for what it is. I'll go A. I'll go A. Like, there's not a single episode I think of Dr. Stone that I don't enjoy for some reason. Even though like looking back, I go, why do I enjoy this show so much? Like every episode I watch, I always enjoy it. Like we had think a good example, the last episode. No spoilers, but with the last episode of part 2, it literally isn't like most shows will spend like 5 minutes doing what they did in that last part. Now, granted, cutting aside the significant thing they did in that episode that they've been setting up for a long time, like it's like one of those ones where like we're gonna set off to this next location, and that's typically like 5 minutes in most shows. They spend an entire episode doing that. The music feels like it's constantly ramping up, and it's like, was that a whole episode of just like, let's go? It's kind of funny in that regard. It's weird. It's so weird. Season 1 was the best. I enjoy every season. I think the only one that I didn't enjoy that much was, I think, Stone Wars, if I remember correctly. One of them I didn't enjoy. Urusei is great. He's like literally my favorite character, and that whole OVA was fantastic. Anyways, yeah, I'm looking forward to the final season. Hopefully they don't Attack on Titan it and have a final season part 1 and part 2. But we'll see. Liar Liar's trash. Easy. I didn't enjoy it at all. I wanted to enjoy it. I think it would have been better if it followed the manga more than the light novel. But yeah, it was not a good competition school type show. Like for those that don't know, Liar Liar is basically one of those cases where they have a school that's everything is based on you competing with other people in games. And it was too much explaining the games themselves, never actually following the rules, and then pulling stuff out their butt at the end. It wasn't really that, like, all according to Keikaku-like, but it was still not very enjoyable. You found it funny, interesting. I think you're the first person I've seen that is anybody else actually like Liar Liar? I think Excel Dogs, I think, is the first person I think has said they liked it. I'm trying to think of funny points. I don't even remember any funny. Give me an example, Excel Dog. I don't even remember anything that was funny. You think like a funny stupid? Okay. Is it No Game No Life knockoff? I kind of put it in the realm of the things like Classroom Elite and stuff like that. But yeah, I guess it's more like No Game No Life. I would count it. Yeah, Liar Liar the movie is hilarious. That's true. I don't know if that's what you're actually talking about. Hey Zika, what's going on? You're late. You're later than Duhalt, which is sad. But I hope you're doing well. Hopefully your day at work goes well. Magical Destroyers. Magical Destroyers is heartbreaking for me. I forgot to actually blow this back up for you guys. Magical Destroyers is actually really heartbreaking for me because I really enjoy that show. For the first like 2 episodes, especially the first episode, I thought was amazing. And then I made like this like hype video. No, it's 3 episodes because I remember I got all the way up to the point where they got pink. I made a video where I was like massively hyped on it, and the writer, the original creator, the writer, retweeted my video and said they liked my video, and I was like, oh, that's amazing. Thanks so much for those. I mean, I'm so happy you liked my video. I never made content for it after that. I never made content for it after that. Like, specifically for that. I mean, we did the podcast and stuff where I talked about it, but... Man, I was massive hype on it, and I was feeling good about this show, and... There's a few good episodes in there. Like, I really love the old otaku versus new otaku and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it didn't do it for me after that. And it tried to do like an interesting twist at the end, but it just didn't land it in my opinion. I still enjoyed it, but yeah, the first episodes were really amazing for it, and it didn't really do much for me after that. I'm gonna go high C. I'm gonna go high C for it. Still enjoyed it. Not terrible. Oh, the OP and the ED are amazing. So super interesting. Like, you don't get crazy stuff. I mean, the OP does get annoying at some point. I really hate that, like, repetitive grind noise. But the rest of it's really fantastic. Like, I would never listen to the full song because I would probably get annoyed by that stupid sound. Yeah, I got girlfriend in here. Learned something interesting watching Pokemon movie 21. Our story. And I noticed... There's 21 Pokemon movies, or is it just called Pokemon movie 21? 21 our story. Creator of ReZero worked on it. Yeah, he works on a lot of stuff. He's like all over the place. By the Grace of the Gods, season 2. There's 23 movies. Holy crap. I went to the theaters for the first movie. I think I still have a copy of it. I went to the theaters for the first movie. And that was the last movie I ever went to. Ever. No, I went to other movies, but that's the last anime movie I ever went to. That was a mistake. That was a terrible mistake going to that movie. It was a good movie. I don't want to put it in trash, but I'm pretty close. Like, this is like right on the rim. I really enjoyed the first season of By the Grace of the Gods. Second season, a mixture of Maho Films doing an absolutely horrific job on it, and the repetitive nature of it. Like, it is another one that kind of gets stuck in, we're going to do this thing and we're going to keep doing it. Like, I think he spent like 3 episodes strictly on handing out deodorizers. It kind of got repetitive. I did enjoy the little bit of a school that we got with the tamer girl, which was interesting. But that was about it. Like, I think that was about the only moment that I actually enjoyed about this season, unfortunately. Like, I liked seeing the tamer girl actually going to her actual school. 23rd movie Pokemon. Coco Became My Friend Pokemon movie. My gosh, dude. Went to see it too, man. What was it? Pokemon movie, Pokemon 2000. Yeah, I want to say it was 2000, somewhere around there. That sounds right. See, what happened is, so I heard that they were having a movie, and it was like the first time, I was still in California. The Pokemon movie was coming to theaters, and that was like one of the very rare moments that an anime movie actually goes to a theater. So, maybe an anime fan, I wasn't a massive Pokemon fan, but I did watch Pokemon. I was like, cool, I really want to go see this. And they like gave out free cards and stuff like that, which was great too. And I go to this theater, and it was just nothing but like 5-year-olds. And I felt extremely uncomfortable. Like, I felt so extremely uncomfortable just going in there with like a bunch of 5-year-olds. I'm like, I don't like this. I just did not feel comfortable in that room. They had this one kid that was near me, and this kid was like a total boss. He's like sitting there, like his mom bought him like 4 tickets just so that he can get 4 Pokemon cards from their like giveaway that they would do for the tickets. And he's sitting there like holding his 4 cards. He's got his 2 buddies next to them that are like super jealous, and he's like trading them out and stuff like that. It was so weird. But yeah, I just, there was way too much of an age gap. There was like nobody there that was my age. And I'm like, yeah, this is like a sign that at least for America, I'm not invested in Pokemon anymore. Like, I know there's plenty, like, I still enjoy like Sword and Shield. I played Sword and Shield and stuff like that, but it's just, yeah, it's an expectation for that crowd, I guess. It's an expectation for that crowd. Anyways, yeah, High Card. God, that was this year too, wasn't it? We got season 2 coming up. High Card started out really good, and it ended really good. There's a couple episodes that are not that great, but I think overall it was actually an enjoyable series. It's not like the greatest writing ever, but when it wants to do some really good stuff, it pulls it off. Like, I'm pretty sure I'll be watching the second season. I did think like later parts around the main character was kind of blah, but I did enjoy it. And more than I thought I would. Especially the first episode. The first episode of High Card is super good. Like, it's a really fun little ride. Anyways, yeah, it's a solid one. It's a solid one. Yeah, I think it's good at that as well. I agree. Pokemon the first movie is still the highest grossing anime movie in the USA. No? Question mark? Did it beat Spirit? I don't think it beat Spirited Away. I think the first thing that beat Spirited Away was Your Name, wasn't it? Wasn't it Spirited Away? And then I think it held the award until Your Name came around. Unless I'm thinking worldwide. You just dropped in. How far are we into the stream? We're trying. Not very, because I got 160 something. So eventually I'll get my groove. Of course, we did start late because I was just chatting. Vinland Saga. I think this is both parts, both cores. I think it's A. I don't think there's a question. I think it's A. It's close to S. It's very close to S. Vinland Saga, the only issue this this season had, is that it just kind of drug. It drug way too much. I said it numerous times, and so anybody that has heard me talk about it before, I apologize for hearing a broken record here, but Vinland Saga second season should have been 14 episodes. I think 14 episodes would have been plenty of time. They drug out every scene of that show, and it wasn't atmospheric. It wasn't establishment shots. It felt like every scene was artificially in like drug out. But other than that, it's an incredible story, an amazing character study. Everything around it is amazing. It was too long. It was way too long. I had so many times watching season 2 where I would tap the forward 5 seconds. Like, it's like I just knew this was going to be too long of an establishment shot. Hit that button, move on. Watched it in 2 days. I think it's a great show to binge. I bet Vinland Saga is a fantastic series to binge. Vinland Saga never peaked. Click for me is one of those series I know is good, but I don't know why I can't care about it. That's fine. Like, it's not gonna be for everybody, or it's also a mood piece. It's sometimes some shows are a mood piece. Maybe because of MAPPA. I don't think so. It's just the directors. No, it would be the producers. If my theory that they artificially enlonged the I'm saying that wrong. Increase the length of each shot, establishment shots and stuff like that. That would be producers. The real see, yeah. I don't think it was dragged. That's fine. That's just your opinion, dude. This is my opinion. Vinland Saga is great, but I do agree they could have cut more of the meat off. Yeah, and plus legit, I looked at it. I opened the manga and looked at it. There was added scenes that drug out. For instance, I'll say this in a way that's not spoilery for people. Towards the later part, after somebody significant to a female character, something happened to them, they were leaving on the cart, and you had this little moment where somebody seen a vision of their family together. Most all that stuff and surrounding them, all that stuff that was happening on the road, a lot of that stuff was added. Again, yes, you could say that did technically add impact to it, but it's an example of them adding a lot to the anime that wasn't there originally. Prolonged. The prolonged was where it's like you have to wait for something to happen, not necessarily that you're extending it. Him falling down into the nethers of hell was great, though. But that's because I really love that character, so... I really love that character, and I hate that they're not around anymore. I dropped that show, sorry. It was a little bit too melodramatic for me. I know people really love it. I kind of wanted to go back and check it out again, but it was a bit much for me. Yeah, Manga Panels is a lot cleaner in that cart scene. If you had a chance to remake, which one would you choose from? Berserk, Claymore, Tokyo Ghoul, or Ranma 1/2? I was talking to somebody about Ranma 1/2 today, and I legit think that if it does get a remake, it'd probably be done by the same producers that are doing Urusei Yatsura, and I don't want it. There's apparently an announcement coming up from Rumiko, but I'm like, please don't be Ranma 1/2 because you're going to do Urusei Yatsura, and it's probably going to be him. If they do a Ranma 1/2 remake, I bet you, and this is a total joke, I literally don't think this would happen, but my immediate thought is if they do Ranma 1/2 remake like they're doing Urusei Yatsura, he's going to be turning into like a gentleman instead of a girl, just because it'd be much more safer for them to not have to censor things, because the comedy around him turning into the girl was, yes, he then has a chest and everything, and half the time he was disclosed. And so if they do like Urusei Yatsura, where it's like super like kid friendly, if they make a Ranma 1/2 that is super kid friendly, it's gonna be like, I don't know, he probably doesn't even turn into a girl because it would be too risque. Imagine as Inuyasha got a remake. But no, to answer your question, Ricky, I would probably say I think the easy answer is Berserk. I do want a Claymore because I read the whole manga series. I have it up on my shelf. I loved it. But I've read the manga series. I haven't read Berserk yet. I would love to see an anime of Berserk. I have Berserk too. I just haven't read it yet. I think Berserk's an easy if it's done right. So Berserk, Claymore, maybe Ranma 1/2. I don't care for Tokyo Ghoul. I enjoyed Tokyo Ghoul's first season, but and maybe it's because of Root being so annoying that it killed it for me. But I'm not excited for that one. Oh, Awashi was amazing. Excel Dog, we finally agree. Well, Excel Dog, we finally agree on something. Awashi was amazing. Awashi is super amazing. But see, Awashi is more slice of life. That's why it worked for me. I watched Soul Eater, and if you have, what did you think of it? I really enjoyed Soul Eater, despite Excalibur. Excalibur, I think, is the only thing I didn't like about Soul Eater. I need to rewatch Soul Eater not, see if it's something I enjoy more. What was this called? The disenchanted heroes form a party of adventurers to take on and to save the world, or something like that. Disillusioned heroes save the world. I so badly want to put it in the trash. They just put it in the trash for the memes? Should I put it in the trash for the memes? It's so weird. It is so weird. But it's so dumb. Like, it is so dumb. I wanted to love it so much too. I really did. The first episodes are so garbo. Oh, I'm remembering the first episodes. I'm trashing it. I'm trashing it. The first episodes, their backstories were so stupid, dude. It was such a stupid show. I'm sorry. It starts good, but some episodes are trash. No, it does not start good. Those beginning episodes are trash. Like the whole Pope part where the girl tells everybody that he did things to her, and then like it shows her later and she's literally glaring at him from an alleyway. It's like, oh my god, dude, what is this writing? I almost thought I was my one-hit kill sister for a second. No, I'm not that hard on that show. The cute onimai pic makes me want to watch it. It's amazing. Where is onimai? How long until we talk to onimai? There it is, right there. We got a bit to go, but we're gonna get to onimai. I think it's right. I wanted to like it, but it's like the setting's so weird. Like everything, like sometimes they're in a dungeon, it's got fluorescent lights, and then they go to this one area and it's a abandoned like skyscraper building area. It's weird. To Your Eternity second season. Tasty Peaches is so amazing. I want to put it in S tier. Okay. I want to say A. because it started good, and it ended amazing. But I have to, and I love every bit of Tasty Peaches. Tasty Peaches is literally the show for me now. But there's like this segment of like 5 episodes. There's a segment of like 5 episodes. You think my complaints about Vinland Saga are bad? To Your Eternity's way worse, with it just dragging. Now, granted, it was like not artificially put there. It literally was like the story just drags. That's fine. I'll just like Vinland Saga. I will acknowledge that I really love it, but I will acknowledge that there's like a chunk of like this shouldn't have been here. I wouldn't say it as close as Vinland Saga. I'll put it in low A. I think low A is good. Try to recover from blah season 1 ending. Well, the whole later arc in season 1's trash. Like the whole prison island is just blah for me. Low because no one's talking anymore. Season 2 was better. Really did not. The first half of the first season visually was amazing. Second half, the studio just let it go. This season just was like consistently not great looking, but that's fine. Drop to Your Eternity, last episode of season 1 forever. So should I watch the old Urusei Yatsura or the new one? Old. The new one looks great. Visually, Ricky, the new one looks amazing. Like, David Productions is doing an amazing job with the art style. The seiyus are fantastic. The only problem I have with the new Urusei Yatsura is that it's taken out a lot of the Lucky Lecture / happenstance ecchi moments, which isn't it's not a massive amount, but it's still there. So I feel like a lot of it's kind of missing humor, like jokes and punchlines because of that. But I think the new one is great. Just I don't find the censorship they've done in it kind of I find that annoying. Under Ninja, this is the other one that I have not done yet. I'm like episode 7 or 8. They just kind of the whole Russian story just ended. I'm gonna put it down here for now. I'm still holding my thoughts on it. I think it's clever. I really like the writing and how they're kind of weaving everything. I hate how they're jumping around time-wise, but unless it does something really good with that, it'll probably end up really low because of that, because it jumps around way too much. But I'm holding my thoughts on Under Ninja for now. I'm planning on watching both Urusei Yatsura, but I am going to start with the old one first. I would. I think the old one's still charming. Now, it's got a lot... They cut a lot of the fat with the new one, too. So if you're wanting, like, all the episodes and all the content, that's another thing. Because the new one cuts out... The new one's just doing, like, literally introductions for everybody. It's just introductions. Just getting them all together. So they skipped a lot. Duke of Death has made season 2... Early on in season 2 and later parts of season 2 I did not like. I'm gonna probably kick myself for this, but I'm gonna put it in high B. I might change that later to A. But Duke of Death I think did have kind of a slow, like 2 rough parts in it. But it's still good. Like I still really, really enjoyed Duke of Death. I'm really excited for more of it. But Sakura, first episode, American soldier breached into the room and thought, no way, that's real. Oh, okay, now I know what you're talking about, David. I'm sorry. I'm like, what? I thought you were talking about something else. Oh, this is a baby. Yeah, surprisingly enough, like with the CGI and everything, it looks actually, she looks really good looking. Classroom for Heroes, I wanted to like it so much. It's got some good ecchi, but it's just it's a easy D for me. Like it's just not, it doesn't feel like it does anything. School for Heroes was fun. Had a Lolly Dragon. Yeah, the Lolly Dragon was great. I don't know. It didn't feel like it did. Most of it was so much in the idea of like them just wanting to beat him and him wanting friends and introduce characters they really badly want to beat him and they become his friend and they still want to beat the crap out of him and just keeps doing that. Give us our first S tier with Jobless Reincarnation. Where are we even at? That's down here. That's like 3 more rows. My Hero Academia 6. I think it was season 6. I'll put it in C. I don't think it's that bad, but I fell out of love of the series so bad. Is anybody still watching My Hero Academia? Good question, Dotaro. Very, very good question. I ask myself that all the time. I literally ask, you probably watched my video on that. I'm like, I just don't even know if anybody's watching this show anymore. It just doesn't feel like, it's like crickets. I'll be here for it. Sugar Apple Fairy Tale Part 2. This is Part 2, right? Was Part 1 in this year? Was Part 1 last year? I think this is Part 2. If this is Part 2, incredible step up from Part 1. Part 1, for those who don't know, of Sugar Apple Fairy Tale, I despise because, similar to Shield Hero, the writer sucks at bad guys. Like, Shield Hero, I'm guessing it's the same writer. It might be the same writer. Both those series suck at villains. Like, they're stupid, comically bad, evil bad guys, and they're so super mean to the main character in Apple Fairy Tale. Season 2, it felt like the writer kind of just chilled out with that. Like, okay, let's just focus on her having this thing that she wants to achieve. Let's just focus on that. And yes, granted, it does technically get a villain later on, but at least he made sense. Did so much better with the series once they got into Part 2. Got a nice focus, building into that, having pitfalls, eventually getting into, yes, the other fairy and all that kind of stuff, but it was a lot more enjoyable. It's visually looks good. I think she is absolutely adorable. I love their chemistry, and it was just an overall much more enjoyable season. Is it enough to go into A tier? I'll put it in A tier for now. I might bring that back. I might bring that into B. I'll leave it A's for A now. Low A for now. I might move it though. But seriously, why did Jones have to show up every single arc? And I know, right? It's like, what? Why? Is there there's a conspiracy theory. Somebody's dragging him everywhere she goes. It was so dumb. It was so dumb. Hey, Genta, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Hope you have a great Christmas if I don't talk to you later. Do your fears of what could happen to the anime if it goes mainstream still hold up? Yes. What show is after Anya? Dr. Stone right here or Vinland Saga? I did not finish this show. This is the Demon Lord Excalibur Academy or something like that. I don't think I'll ever get back to it. It was not grab me enough to justify it. Nagatoro's second season was this year? Damn. I think it's still a solid B. It's Nagatoro's got the second season syndrome. Romcom second season. I literally need to make a video here soon that's called the Romcom second season syndrome. I have this theory that there is an issue with rom-coms where you really badly want a second season, but then the second season comes and it's just like, oh, this is probably why I shouldn't have gotten a second season. Like, it feels like the writer just doesn't know what they want to do after that initial shebang from that first segment, that first story arc. Because obviously, being based on a manga or a light novel, it's gonna have that at least a story arc that it's gonna go through for that first season. And then beyond that, it feels like that's when you're gonna start to see if the writer has something they want to do with the characters beyond that.
and I'm feeling a lot of rom-coms, once they get past that first core, that first season. Uzaki is another one. Yes, Donald. Uzaki was the other one that I watched Uzaki-chan. I did not like it. And then Nagatoro came out, and I was like, even Nagatoro feels like this. Like, Nagatoro as well felt like much better than Uzaki. Uzaki is like the extreme example. Like, there was barely anything about Uzaki season 2 that I liked. Nagatoro, at least there was a lot of stuff that I did enjoy still. But it did have that same issue, where it's like, yeah, I don't think you can go any further than this. The only rom-com that beats the second season slump is Kaguya. Yeah, Kaguya just keeps going. That writer just constantly just does not let up. But yeah, I don't know. I still enjoy it. I still like Nagatoro, but it's just I start to question any show now. Like, I wanted a monthly Girl no Zaki-kun. I've wanted a second season for that for the longest time, and I don't know if I want it. I love Uzaki's mom. Uzaki's mom was all the funny in that. That season, the only humor I got out of it was Uzaki's mom. Her constantly thinking that somebody's going to think that she's cheating on her daughter's boyfriend. Yeah, through and through, Kaguya Sama Love is War is just brilliance. That writer just doesn't not work. Horimiya better than Kaguya. Yeah. Like, for like more slice of life, yes, Horimiya, but not for comedy for me. No. Anyways, so that's my hot take on Nagatoro. I still enjoy it, but yeah, here's a trash one. Right in the trash fire. Right in the trash. God, what is this show called? What was it called? Isekai for a second time or something like that? Transported to another world for a second time? It was dumb. Like, it was so dumb. It's like, there was two problems going on with this show. Like, first off, it felt like a second season because it opens up and he's literally like, oh, I'm in this other world again. And he just starts walking around and acting as if he obviously knows what's going on there because he's been there before. The viewer isn't. So as a viewer, I'm watching this guy and he's just talking to everybody like everything is just common knowledge to him and nothing is explained. So it feels like I'm watching a second season when I've never, like, I skipped the first season and I'm just lost in a second season. Then additionally, it's just nothing but him going around getting his waifus again. And then the main villain character is so dumb. Like, it was so dumb. Like, one of the worst villain characters ever. Exposition dumped the show. No, like, the lack of exposition dumped the show. The waifus were cute. Yes. Tonikawa. Yes, it's Tonikawa season 2, isn't it? I think I have the other Tonikawa in here as well. Let me get the other Tonikawa so that I can save myself. Otherwise, I feel like I'm gonna get some heat. Where is? I'm trying to remember what the key art for the school arc one was. I know I grabbed it. Maybe I didn't. I'll just bite the bullet. I'll just plunge in and get the hate. Tonikawa season 2 C. It's not bad, but I do snore pretty loud when I'm watching it. It's kind of a snore fest for me. I think it's cute. I think it's fine, but just it doesn't do anything for me outside of that. Love Tonikawa, but season 2 wasn't as good as season 1 for me. I like the earlier segments of season 1 for sure. I think the thing that I hate the most is they keep kind of hinting at this story around her, and it just never does anything with it. Like they have been baiting me along with her story for far too long. At this point now, where I'm just kind of frustrated with it. I did like the OVA, the 4-episode OVA, which I was trying to find. I would probably put that a little bit higher than it because I enjoyed the chemistry of the other characters the school kids had added to the whole thing. Because honestly, the biggest problem that Tonikawa has is that its chemistry's just, yeah, the main couple is great. Their chemistry's fantastic, but their chemistry doesn't lead to anything besides them just being just perfect for each other. There's no conflict. There's no fun. It's just, hey, blow in my ear. Okay, I'll blow in your ear. Hoo-hoo, you blew in my ear. Blush, blush. Hey, I'm gonna make something for you. Oh, what are you making? I'm gonna make stew. Okay, stew sounds great. The stew is fantastic. Oh, thank you, blush. Like, that's literally the show, in my opinion. And I know that's super hypercritical, and I fully acknowledge that people love it, and they see a lot more in it than I see, and I'm obviously blinded by my own dislike of it. Anyways, moving on. That's off topic. Would you ever watch Recreators? If you did, what do you think of it? I think it's a solid 9 out of 10. I love it to death. And I want a Blu-ray. Amazon. Hold on a second. Amazon. If you still got the license for it, please. I want a Blu-ray of Recreators. Sentai Filmworks. If you can ever get a chance to grab it, because I think it's the only show that you have not bought from that Amazon had, please get Recreators. Aniplex. I know you own the property from Japan. You could probably make a Blu-ray as well. One of the three of you, please give me a Blu-ray of Recreators. Thank you. Later, Excel Dog. Take care, man. All right, Bungo Stray Dogs 4th season, or was it 5 part 1? It was 4th season, right? I think it was 4th season. Which, holy crap, that season. There we go. There you go. There's your first S tier. Y'all thought I'd wait for Mushoku Tensei. Yeah, I think it was 4th and then 5th. Where is the 5th one at? Shoot. It had like a bombastic kind of explosion looking thing, didn't it? Like black and gray and white. Dude, I'm so bad at finding key arts in this mess of stuff here. It's like there it is right there. There's your first 2 S tiers. Technically the same series, but yeah, Bungo Stray Dogs is amazing. I absolutely love it. I had a area in the 3rd season that I wasn't liking, but I got past it and it got really good. Like the second half of that 3rd season was super good. 4th season freaking takes off. 5th season keeps taking off. The ending of the 5th season makes me want to throw something, but it was still super good. Bungo Stray Dogs is easily like some of the best character development and storytelling like in so many shows. The animation's amazing. The music's fantastic. The style is great. It's super good, dude. And I think they're finally caught up on the source material pretty much. So gonna be a long time before we get anything. Thank you for letting me know that I'm not alone on that one. Bungo Stray Dogs season 5 villain was top tier. I can't lie. I was mixed. I was super mixed on the 5th season when they had that big reveal. I'm like, I don't know. Like it develops into something good, but I was super mixed on it early on. But it doesn't take away from everything else around it. Just super good, so good. Bungo Stray Dogs key is amazing. I always tell people, and I hate saying this, give Bungo Stray Dogs at least 2 seasons worth, because the problem why I say that is because Bungo Stray Dogs is one of those seasons there's a lot of people that are hooked from the get-go. I technically did enjoy the 1st season, but I never seen the writing of this writer until I got into the 2nd season. It feels like this writer gets better as they go. Like it's one of those series that progressively just keeps getting better and better, and it just keeps peaking, and it's yet to come back down. Like I said, in that 3rd season, the beginning of the 3rd season, it kind of came down a little bit, but then it shot up again. Like it just keeps getting better. That's all I can say. Its gold is in its writing of its characters. I always explain it to people that every character in Bungo Stray Dogs, like most shows, like say for example, My Hero Academia. So you're watching My Hero Academia and suddenly it cuts over to, I don't know, Joe Schmo of the other class. And he's like, holy crap, they're having a fight out there right now. I don't care what they think. Bungo Stray Dogs is a series that when something's happening, no matter what character it will suddenly jump to from their perspective, I will want to immediately know what they think about the situation. Because I know the character, I know what they're thinking, I know how they typically think, I know they can change. Every character in that series has a driving force and in some cases will change their mind based on how they've kind of lived their whole life. It's super good. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'll stop. I love it. Every character makes an impact, and when yes, exactly. Like no character is a waste in that series, and I love it. What's the first? These are both Bungo Stray Dogs. This is 4th season. This is 5th season. They were both this year. The MononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononononoI kind of want to see more of it. I'll put it in low B. A low B, I think. It was a fun watch. I agree, Steve. It's a refreshing shonen. It wasn't the best looking. Like the animation just kind of they struggle a lot in that series. But it was still visually it kind of held together. I'd like to see where they can go from the story. Like I like that it didn't waste my time. Like it felt like it got into the main plot line really quickly. And I'd like to see where it goes from here, but it does still technically have the trappings of shonens where it gets caught up in him training. The main character is kind of dumb. Like he is kind of dumb. Something will happen and everybody thinks that he's affected by it, but then he just goes, "Oh no, I just went out to train." That kind of stuff is annoying. Skip and Loafers. Orient was interesting. I'll let that one sit. Skip and Loafers. I'm putting high A. The only thing I don't like about Skip and Loafers is that it ended. The only thing that was wrong with Skip and Loafers is that it ended. It was really good. It was very special. I think what's great about Skip and Loafers is it's slice of life. It's pretty much slice of life perfection. Like I love the characters. They feel real. Every character in Skip and Loafers, I've seen somebody like that. I love when I watch a show and I literally go, "Oh, that was Timmy. Oh, Susan, she was just like that. Tiffany, that is her." Like the characters felt real. They had real feelings. They had real struggles. Some struggles seemed dumber than others, but they were all their own struggles. And I think that makes it very special. It really needs a second season because, like I said, I wasn't really technically joking, but its biggest problem was its ending. Like its ending felt so it wasn't anticlimactic. It just didn't feel fulfilling. Like it just felt like another day. It felt like there was another episode coming. That was its only problem. Is Skip and Loafer a Yashike? No, it's a slice of life. It's a slice of life light drama. It is not a heavy drama slice of life, which I think is good because I don't like melodrama, heavy drama. And Skip and Loafer just has enough drama. You mean how Bochi ended? Her going to work? Bochi ended by her going to work? You mean like going? Oh, because she did technically have a job. No, I mean, it had a really heavy story beat building up with the main guy, and it felt wrong. Like, the whole situation felt wrong, and it didn't feel satisfying in any way. Which is life, but I want more. I just want more. Skipping Loafer and Insomniacs After School were my top tier slice of life this year. Yeah, Insomniacs was great. They were both the same season too. Super strong one. I was reincarnated to Master the Blade. I didn't finish it. I dropped it. 7 Spellblades was this year. Truth be told, I still haven't finished it. Truth be told, I still haven't finished it. I technically have not finished 7 Spellblades. And there's a good reason for that, and that's because, one, they delayed the second two, or they didn't delay the last 2 episodes. It's just that was 15 episodes, and I think they had 1 week delay on it, so they had like they went 2 or 3 weeks into the next season. So I think most people didn't finish it. And there's a reason why I think nobody finished it. One, yes, you're getting excited about the next season. Like, holy crap, suddenly out of nowhere, we have Apothecary Diaries is on. Was it Thursday or was it Friday that Spellblades came on? I think it was Thursday. I mean, Undead Unluck's coming out. You're going to watch Undead Unluck. Man, I want to watch the first episode of Undead Unluck. I'm really liking that show. You're not going to go back and check out the rest of 7 Spellblades. There was so many people that when I brought up that I never finished Spellblades, they brought the same exact thing. I didn't watch the last 2 episodes. Because it wasn't that interesting, and the fall season came up. Which shows you that the fall season was more interesting than how that was going to end. I had no excitement to see how it ended. I will still say, 7 Spellblades has some of the best world building, and I think it was the same creator as another show that had incredible world building. This creator knows how to build a world, and the mechanics and everything are fascinating. I just don't care for anything but the main characters. Again, another really not interesting villain character writing at all. I know I watched it. I'm trying to remember. Already forgotten about it. It's literally only been 7 weeks, Genghis. Well, no, it would have been 9 weeks. At least 9 weeks it's been since this show ended, and you've already forgotten about it. But yeah, I would probably put it... I'm going to put it in C. It's not bad, but I just don't... I was enjoying it for what it was, but I just don't think the main story and the surrounding conflict did not interest me. I like the characters, I like the world building, but everything else is just not there. Butoreba. Got 1 more episode of Butoreba, and I want it bad. I want to see how this show's gonna end. I almost don't want to rate Butoreba because I feel like the last episode is going to make or break it by easily at least 1 rank. Like the last episode can make it go down to a B, up to an A, down to a C. It can jostle it bad. Because I'm not sure how it can end and be satisfying. And I honestly, when I came into the show, I understood that it was probably not going to be a satisfying ending. I'm going to put it in B. I was very hot on this show early on, and it was because of the chemistry, and I felt like it's gotten so depressing. And it's gotten more interesting. Like, it is building the world and how harsh the world is itself, and it's going down this very dark path of just, you're not going to be happy. Like, it has been building into, this is not going to be a happy ending for a long time. And I swear to goodness, if it ends in any way not being somewhat depressing, you wasted like 5 episodes of my time being extremely depressing. I'm all for the light at the end of the tunnel, but I at least want something to not be right at the end. That's all I'm asking for. Something not be peachy at the end. Doesn't mean everybody dies. It just means that something bad has to happen. But it's been so depressing. Like, it lost its original thing that I enjoy so much about it, which is that the chemistry between the two of them is so fantastic. It's so hilarious, them talking. At least reading each other's minds. I'm going to keep it in B. If it nails the ending, I would probably jump it up to an A. But I just don't know. I just don't know how it's going to end it. We'll say it's hard to rank stuff that's currently happening, or for the fact it could change heavily. Yeah, Crystal, I'm only doing this because I am preparing for my top 10 of the year. So I'm using you guys to be able to do that. And it's fun to talk and chat with you guys. But that isn't my final thoughts on it. That's why I said that I have an episode left. Agenta, you're so... Shh. Agenta, spoilers. Shh. Agenta, spoilers. Don't be spoiling things. Yeah, Meg and Dolly's another case. Meg and Dolly has one more episode, which I think it wrapped up well. Like, I don't even know what they're going to do with the final episode. But it's a solid A. Like, I don't know if the final episode could really change it, because it's been solid for me. I absolutely love Meg and Dolly. It is so freaking creepy. It's weird, and I love it for that. I was telling some people, I'm not sure if I've said on here yet, the best way that I suddenly discovered to describe Meg and Dolly is a Junji Ito comedy. It's the perfect way to explain it. It was so funny because we did a spoiler podcast, and a bunch of people replied to me saying you haven't watched the recent episodes, have you? And I was like an episode behind, and I watch it, and I'm like, no, it's still a Junji Ito comedy. Like, I don't care. This show can get super dark. It's a Junji Ito comedy. Guess what? Junji Ito is creepy, and sometimes people die. What is a comedy? It makes you laugh. It is literally a creepy, people can die. It is kind of technically supposed to be dark, but it makes you laugh at the same time. That's Meg and Dolly, and I love it for it. So it has been fantastic. It's super weird. It's creepy as hell. It's cringy, and I love it for that. So rest in peace, author. I wish that we got more from them. I have this on hold. I have not enough time, and I don't care to watch another retelling of something I've watched already. So I have not been watching Kenshin. Listed a lot. I think A is perfect for it. I think A is absolutely perfect for Listed a lot. I really loved Listed a lot. It was a lot of fun. I thought it started off really strong. It had a point somewhere in there where it was like, this is starting to feel a little bit repetitive, but thankfully the writers kept kind of changing the formula and mixing it up a little bit to keep it funny and keep it changing. And I could not have asked for a better ending than that ending. The ending was, I think, besides maybe a couple things I would kind of adjust a little bit, its ending was perfect. Like, we get way too many of these villainous shows lately, and I feel like a lot of them don't deliver on their final episodes. Listed a lot delivered. Like, I thoroughly enjoy this ending. Super good. So I am way too behind on Faraway Paladin to make an opinion on it. I probably gonna watch that tomorrow. I'm super behind on it. Urusei Yatsura. I talked about this earlier. I love Urusei Yatsura. I love Day Productions and their work on it visually. I think there is a choice made in the production of it that I do not like, which is the absolute sanitation of it, but it's still good. I'd still thoroughly enjoy, even though I feel it's very dated, its comedy is very dated, it's still enjoyable. So I'll probably put like a low B critically. Paladin's been good. Yeah, I'm like 8 episodes behind. Like, I mentioned the idea early on that I was feeling like it wasn't connecting with me right, and I think it was like state of mind, and so I wanted to give it a couple weeks before I watched it again. So I'll get caught up onto it soon. Angel Next Door spoils me rotten. I didn't finish it, full disclosure. I got like 4 or 5 episodes into it before I dropped it. I wasn't enjoying it. I feel like the writing is just super weird. Like it was like, it's almost like it's wrote by somebody that's not human, like an AI wrote it. Which, to be fair, is probably a real thing. These days, I have no doubt it's probably wrote by an AI. It's just the writing feels weird. Like their conversations don't feel natural. It's like the complete opposite of Skip and Loafer. It's triple S. Might actually happen. It's already happening. Sadly, it's already happening. That's what I'm saying. But like for example, there's 2 really good examples I give for people, because I don't want to be critical of this and not give it an explanation. So one good example, was it the mother that came by? I think it was the mother that came by, and he panics and he sticks her inside of his bedroom, and he says, "Stay in here. I'll get them to leave. Don't worry." Closes the door. The mother comes up all suspicious, and he says something like, "Oh, this, and that." They literally open the door. They go into the bedroom, not even like 10 seconds after she went in there to hide, and she fell asleep next to the bed. Like, she had barely enough time to go over there, grab a pillow, and sit down next to the bed. Girl was clonked out. So I'm guessing maybe there was a lot cut there that doesn't make any sense. But no, like, dialogue-wise, what I didn't like about it that feels weird is, the example I always give is when he first takes her back to the place and helps her out, and what was the order of it? Oh, she felt guilty because he got sick, and she came by to take care of him, and he said something to the effect of, "You're expecting me to ask for something else, aren't you?" or something like that. It felt so cringe. Like, who would say that to a girl who's in your house and obviously vulnerable, that you would tell them you're not expecting a little something on the side as well? It's just, who says that? Like, it's just like, what is this conversation? It was weird. It's super weird. I hear the light novel is exactly like the anime, Steve. So I think I get mixed responses on that one. I've heard people say, nope, the light novel's the same weird dialogue. That's how I fall asleep when I'm tired, just pass out. But when you're hiding from somebody, Gen Z says stuff like that. Not Japan, I don't think. I've never seen dialogue in that anywhere before like that. Let's go on to something good, though. Insomniacs After School. Is it similar to Higehiro? No, it's nothing like Higehiro. I actually like Higehiro. Higehiro's good. Insomniacs, I think I'm gonna in the A as well. Like the season for these 2 was fantastic for Slice of Life. Super good. I had a problem with Insomniacs After School, but it wasn't an issue for the show. I mean, people got mad at me for it. I had an opinion about Insomniacs, but it never did take away from the fact that I did enjoy the show, even though I was constantly expecting something. I think it's just fantastic. I think the characters are great. There was a couple points where it felt like it drug a little bit, but I think overall I enjoyed Insomniacs. So the dialogue is weird as, "I hate sand, it gets in everything," as your get the girl moment. Am I missing a reference there? Did they actually say that in the show and I'm missing it? I got through the first episode. It's a good adaptation. Yes, exactly right. I'm still scared for season 2. Exactly. Oh, okay. Well, I get the quote yes, now that you mention it, yes, that is from Star Wars, but I wasn't sure how that connected to that. I guess that's where I'm messing up. Handyman Saitou. God, dude, how many... okay, we're decently paced. Okay, I'm kind of getting afraid that I'm not going to get this done in time, but I think we're good paced. Handyman Saitou, A. I'm not even gonna hesitate. I think Handyman Saito is perfect A. Because I want to put it in S, but there's something that's dragging it down, and that is the whole arc with the ninja guy. I hated that whole segment. If you took out the crazy ninja guy section, just take it out of there with the pillar of death and everything, take that whole segment out and throw it away, perfect show. But that whole segment there though sucked. I'm sorry, it sucked. I hated it. I thought it bogged the show down so bad because everything up to then was hilarious. Yeah, Laufenpan's amazing. Laufenpan was always amazing. Everything up to there was hilarious. It goes to the ninja part, and yes, it is super unfortunate. It's heartbreaking, but the story, I'm sorry to say it, that story sucked. That story sucked. Overall, that story had no impact at the end. And then when it gets back to like them going out and then the whole skeleton thing and all that kind of stuff, hilarity again. And then it got serious again. But I actually liked the seriousness. I liked that moment of seriousness because suddenly I cared about their story. I wasn't learning about the character. See, there's one of the major problems that the whole ninja has, the assassin part has, is that it's introduced the character, introduced conflict, introduce possible losses, possible death, then explain their story. It's like Kaisen's doing right now. Do not introduce conflict and then tell me why I care about the other side afterwards. That is not how you write characters. That's not how you write conflict. That is like way outdated stuff. Like, writers don't do that anymore. But for some reason, Kaisen's still doing it, and Handyman Saitou apparently is doing it. You don't explain the person after you start the conflict. There's an order to everything. But anyways, I did enjoy the later conflict because I understood the characters, and I loved it. Now, granted, yes, they did explain the wolves, but that wasn't the reason why I was invested. I was invested because of the main party. Anyways, that's my rant for Handyman Saitou. But other than that, it's amazing. I love the show. It's so good. Laufenpan's amazing. Best girl, easy. So let me take a quick break and refill my drink because I'm feeling the dryness in my mouth. So I'll be right back.
I'm back. Ooh. Merry Christmas, Aaron. Cool, I didn't miss running around naked in the desert casting. Oh, I think I know what? I think I know what you're talking about. Background of that Roxy Pictures feels like from Paul's house instead of Rudy's house. Yeah, it's Paul's house. It's art based on the first season, so I think it was when he was peeking in on her after changing in the bath or whatever. Anyways, let us continue. What's up, Slayer? Oh, you're saying Merry Christmas to everybody else. I already said what's up to you. You tricked me. What is this show called? It was the Sidonia guy. The snow below and above. Or I don't remember what it was called. Probably the first one of his works that I have not actually liked that much. Super anticlimactic. No, that's Fire Hunters. We already went through Fire Hunter. I think C's good. I think it's a solid C. The CGI wasn't bad. It was decent. It just didn't feel fulfilling. And the main villain, which was a driving force for a lot of it, was super blah. Like the villain was blah. Just didn't care. The Exorcist, the reincarnated Exorcist, was actually probably one of the few reincarnated stories that I actually liked, which isn't saying much. I think it's a solid C. The main character's gimmick was interesting because it was the reincarnated, and the magic that he uses is not normal, like people's normal magic. It was exorcism skills, which was interesting. And it's mainly about him not wanting to be the hero, but rather supporting the hero. But when you think about it, it is technically typical to a lot of the other ones. So I can't say that it's doing anything special. It was just enjoyable in that regard. So, all right, Kaisen. it's time for Kaisen. I think without hesitation, can go B. I think B is good. It's enjoyable. It's got a few interesting characters, but doesn't really have much for me besides that. I think the telling thing for me, honestly, I think this season, for me, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying the fandom. If you love the show, I am happy for you. Please continue to enjoy the show. For me personally, the telling thing for me has been this season. Season 2 has highlighted to me my issue, and it's in the fact that I don't care. Slight spoilers here. I don't care about anyone dying. When characters are dying and I don't care, like they they blow up, and I go, okay. Like, I don't feel emotional about it. I'm not torn up about it. I don't really care. In some cases, they're telling me, like I mentioned earlier, they're telling me about the character as they're dying. Like, they're going, hey, I know we forgot to give this character backstory, so we're going to give it to you now while they're dying. That's a sign that I'm not invested. Personally, I guess I'm not invested that much in Kaisen. I have characters I enjoy. I like the clap guy. I like the tuna guy. But I love Gojo. I like the Kendra Suda guy, but that's because I like Kendra Suda. I don't really care about the guy. I don't feel investment. And I think that's the biggest problem that the show has right now. It's the moment in Limelight equals Death Trope. Right. So, that's my take. I want to enjoy it more because it's visually amazing, and I really do respect the hard work that people are putting into it. But, yeah. Here, Gojo and Farron. You guys in this season was for sure a point where people would certainly make a full decision on. Is it kind of a split, a branching path there, like a split in the road? You're either invested or you're not. I don't know. It's just it's rough. I want to like it. I do. I might restart it. I've had a couple times where I thought about restarting it. Maybe I'm missing something. Yeah, at least they kill people. Yeah, at least there's a character that's willing to take people down. Hero Academia. I'm definitely enjoying. I mean, you can see it right here. I'm definitely enjoying Kaisen much more than, because this is on the lower part of the barrel. I'm enjoying this a lot more. I'm putting this down here. I'm putting Hero down to D. I don't know how it got into C. I think it snuck out when I wasn't looking. Maybe need to binge Kaisen. Again, I thought about starting it over. And so, yeah, that's my fear for it, is some people describing it as junk food, or people saying that it's not really about the story, and it's like, well, then is it really just the artwork, or is it just the fight scenes? If that's the case, then I'm never going to be invested in it. Oh yeah, it's way better than Hero Academia is now, for sure. Demon Slayer. Let's just get all the big shonens out of the way, right? Demon Slayer. I did enjoy this season a lot more than the last. I'll put it next to Kaisen. Maybe. Should I even bother trying to choose one or the other? I'll leave it there. I'm not even gonna debate which one's better. I think they both have their own reasons for being good or bad, or just not impressive. But yeah, this season was much better than the second season. I did not like the second season. I thought the second season looked amazing, but I thought the second season drug like way bad. I would rank Demon Slayer with Kaisen. Okay, so I'm not way off base on saying they're pretty much in the same area. Depending, I mean, it could be in different ranks, but in the same area at least. Swordsmith Golden parts, yeah, it had some dragging points. There was when you get to that point where you're like, please just do something. Please don't just, because there was this whole segment where it just felt like he was stuck, yelling that he was gonna go, like he was fighting the version of the guy that was the flying bird. And he kept yelling that he was going to go back and help them out. And he kept yelling that he was going to get there. But he was never going. It was annoying. The finale was good. Now, Demon Slayer is a show I wouldn't care about what would happen to characters. There's a couple characters I would. I would say there's a couple characters I would. But I'm not too far off base from you.
Helk. What's up, Yuki? You're staring at me like that for? My dog's just staring at me. My dog, literally, if my dog's in here when I'm recording or on live stream, she looks at me as if I'm crazy. She just looks at me like I'm a crazy person talking to nobody. I swear I'm doing my job. It's like a dad that's like, "What are you doing, son?" "Dad, I'm doing YouTube." "What's this YouTube? Go get a real job." That's my dog. She's just staring at me like I've lost my mind. Helk. Agenta, I think everybody I've spoken to is on the same exact page. Helk started really good. I loved Helk all the way up into just a little bit after they teleported. Yeah, are you waiting, son? Helk was good all the way up into the point where some point in which they were traveling back. And yeah, I can say it's the campfire. It's the backstory. It just fell off at that point, and I think a lot of that has to do with it just being way too long. But my original enjoyment was on screaming at the top of her lungs about how absurd the situation was. Like the beginning, the whole, like, it's the rare case where the tournament arc was the best part. The early tournament was so freaking good. I loved her reactions. She was so much fun. And then when they were going to fight to protect the lands and they sent the contestants, I was like, okay, this is kind of interesting. I want to know what happened to the humans. Really interested to see what happened to the humans. Humans are now turning into angels and they're flying around. The villages are empty on the human side. What happened? I'm curious. We look in the further. There's this person looking into the throne room and there's a ton of reappearing angels. What's going on here? And then we get the explanation. It's just sparkles dropped on everybody, snowflakes dropped on everybody, and they all turn into crazy angel things, and there's a cackling bad guy, and it's all controlled by the king, and it's like, that's it? Yeah, I hurt for Helk, but that's it? That's your story? Like, this is this massive, was it 6 episodes? 6 episodes of build-up for freaking snowflakes falling on people and turning them into evolved heroes? That's your story? That the kingdom itself just sacrificed everybody to evolution? That's your big plot twist, and now I'm supposed to care? It was a massive downer. I do feel like I want another season just because it feels like finally, at the very end of it, her character suddenly came back. Like, On just went completely nothingness for the longest time. And it was a lot of my enjoyment was Helk and On's chemistry. And it felt like at some point she stopped having any personality. She was just blah. And it felt like at the very end she was coming back. And so I can hope that it gets better going forward. But it's super frustrating. It was a very frustrating series. I wanted to like it. I was loving it at the beginning. Massive disappointment. Still enjoyed it though. I'll put it in C. I sadly am putting it in C. And I was actually pretty hyped for the backstory. I was like, holy crap, we're gonna get into it. It's tragic, but it's just blah. It was so blah. Anyways, yeah, there you go. That's my thoughts on Helk. Helk season 2 would be way better than season 1 from what you said. Enjoyed in season 1. Good. I would love to kind of at least sneak peek into the following chapters and see if that was confirmed, but that kind of puts me in a good mood there. Anyways, this is only half the story to go. It'll be wait, that one's done, isn't it? Isn't it Helk done? I thought it was completed. It's I don't care about Helk pain after the 4th campfire episode. It's the death by campfires. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was finished. Because I think that was the reason why I thought that it might be a full adaptation, but they didn't get it all done, unfortunately. Welcome back, Cheto. Nier. This show finally ended. Yes. Nier. B. I think without hesitation, I could probably put it B. I did enjoy Nier. I'm trying to think if there was any points in it that I did not enjoy. Yeah, I think overall I enjoyed Nier. I don't think I had a single problem with Nier. Now, yeah, I think from a gamer's perspective, people that have played the game, it probably is frustrating or they probably want more. From the people I've spoken to, it sounds like it is intriguing in what they're changing. So I'm glad that at least the gamers are getting something interesting out of it. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed a lot of the episodes. I really enjoyed covering it. Yes, I need more. And I hope the second season's adaptation doesn't have as many mess ups in production. But it was very enjoyable. I enjoyed Nier. I haven't watched Nier, but I did play some of the game. Yeah, it's supposedly a little bit different. Or they changed some things. I thought it was going on hiatus again. No, it finally finished. They dropped the last episodes and then we're done with it. So it's the 86 Nier. Yeah, it's the A1 Pictures curse. Mushoku. Still S. Season 2 of Mushoku, despite the fact that it's nowhere near the quality of Season 1, is still leaps and bounds above a lot of stuff. I won't say it's better than Bungo Stray Dogs. The novel is. The novel's way better than Bungo Stray Dogs, but the anime adaptation Season 2, not better than Bungo, but it's still like leaps and bounds above a lot of stuff. So it's very difficult. It is very difficult for me to separate myself from my novel knowledge. And I fully expressed my frustrations, especially with the beginning segments, which covered Volume 7. And I had some frustration over the fact that they skipped a lot of his inner struggles during the school arc, which is still going. But I think overall, still in the end, it's still a fantastic series. So, despite it not being as good as Season 1, it still leaps and bounds above really anything else. So, I love it. I'm very scared of the beginning episodes of Season 2 Part 2, though. I'm still kind of concerned about those. But Season 2 Part 2 is going to be amazing in the end. I cannot wait. I think can tell Season 2 Part 2 is going to be better. I just don't like the changing of the directors again. Supposed, yes. Supposed. I would say Mushoku Tensei is better than Bungo Stray Dogs. Apparently there's enough Helk manga to another season. I hope we get. Yeah, I hope so. I would definitely watch it. There ain't no doubt I would watch another season of Helk. As much as I was frustrated with that later part, like I said, because it had a sign of On coming back. Books are better than... Yeah, of course. The source is always going to be better. Volume 7 actually looks better than anime than the novel, I think. Looks better? Okay. It looks better. GMP's like, what? Everybody's like, what? Saint Magic Power is omnipotent. I actually finished this today, and I thought it finished very, very beautifully. Definitely for Season 2 of Saint's Magic Power, not better than Season 1. I think Season 1 of Saints is super good, and Season 2 had a lot of not so interesting arcs in it, but I did really enjoy how it ended. I think my only big hanging point is for sure around the other kingdom coming over and them having to hide her. I thought that whole segment was kind of blah, and it felt like there was several points in it that felt like it drug out, especially like around the courtships, people coming after her, people wanting to betroth her, wed her, whatever. It felt like a lot of that stuff really kind of drug for me. but it still was a very enjoyable season. I love Sei's character. I think she's just a very likable main character. I'm gonna put it high B. High B. Season 1's like S, A. I think season 2 is high B, I think, for me. Solid A, very enjoyable. Still high A. I live S for me. I like it. The wrap-up made it lows worth it. Yeah, the ending was really good. It was kind of like one of those endings where you're like, dude, finally, dude, come on. Seriously, dude, come on. Like, dude, seriously, come on, just freaking do it. Just freaking do it already. But hey, that's romance, right? I'm curious in my head. I think season 1, part 2 is kind of thing of same as season 1 part. Season 1, season 2 is just season 2. I just like how many. Are you purposely confusing me, or am I not reading that right? My one-hit kill sister. Low B for me. Maybe high C. High C. I'm putting high C. I think the beginning was good. I think it opened up really good. I think One Hit Kill Sister's first couple episodes were super good. I love the demon. The demon commander, super funny. The problem with One Hit Kill Sister is it just, once it sets up the jokes, it keeps doing them, and I got sick of it really quick. So it's kind of like my same argument that I have for the isekai as a cute girl or whatever show, where like the beginning opening is like super funny, and then after that it's just the same jokes over and over again. Yeah, the ED is super good. Like, the ED is way too good for the show. Like, whoever did the ED for that needs to go to Ufotable or something like that, because that was way too good for them. Such a beautiful ED. Such a good song, too. Spy Family, I never finished it. I got like 4 episodes into it, and something wasn't working. Yeah, Kill Mario was great. Kill Mario's the demon. Inukai-san's dog. Inukai-san's dog. Spy Classroom, low B, high C. Inukai-san's dog, trash. E for etchy. S, cursed, trash. Why is this the one show that you all finally decided to type? We got all these lurkers, and suddenly everybody decides to type. Suddenly everyone wants to get their voice in for Inukai-san's dog, because you all watched it, you sick perverts. All these other shows, everybody's like, yeah, I never watched that. But everybody watched Inukai-san's dog, because you're all a bunch of perverts. I mean, realistically, probably C. Like, it's got that absurd. Why Inukai-san's dog show works, and it's not a terrible show. Like, legitimately, what makes it a good show is absurdity. It is entrenched in ecchi absurdity. The most dumb crap happening as he's a dog, and at least 2 of the 3 girls are bat crazy. Like, hold on a second. I should have had that ready for this. Like, the worst process of actually getting it out here. It's right here. Right here. There it is. There. There, I got it. Okay, it's ready. Sorry. It's bat crazy. They're all bat crazy. And that's what makes it funny.
And that's what makes it enjoyable. But I will admit that like there's not much outside of that, and that's what it's doing. But I think its overall writing isn't really there. It's just kind of stuck in them being crazy. So I don't think it's an amazing ecchi show, but like it's not any interspecies reviewers. Interspecies reviewers is an example of ecchi, yes, borderline H, but having extremely clever writing. Like it's a completely different realm. Need to watch it because it's train wreck. Also curious in how they changed it into a dog. Yeah, don't expect that. Don't expect that answer. Don't expect that answer. This is what gives it a high C. Some extra melons. It is self-conscious enough to keep the absurdity. I like that though. I like that it's not apologizing for any of that. But I will say that there is kind of an inside comical self of my there's an inside joke in its absurdity in the idea for me, in that it doesn't seem like these people have any idea about dogs. Like the manga, like it's like the whole trope that Japanese people can't afford or take care of dogs or have dogs in their apartment, so nobody knows how dogs function. So like it's like they're drawing the story about somebody becoming a dog and then dog care happening. Like, for instance, the OVA, they go to the pool, and it's like it's a dog walking pool place, and there's somebody in the pool, and they have the dog's front paws, and they're doing like you would do a child when you're teaching them how to swim. You would hold their arms, and they would kick their legs to learn how to swim. You don't hold the front paws of a dog when they're in the water. You know why? Their front paws is a lot of their ability to swim. So they'll immediately do this. They'll go under. Anyways, that's how dogs get, because they'll drown. They have the anime logic, yes, but there's like the beginning segment when she first brings the dog into the house. And she immediately jumps into the bath with it, and then she starts nibbling on the dog's beak. Do not, a dog you just found, do not chomp at their face. Their basic instincts will be to jump and bite your face off. You do not nibble at a dog's face. There's just like so many no-nos in there, but again, that's the inside joke. That's it. I don't criticize this show for that. It's just knowledge around dogs. You don't do things like that. Never overhand a dog. You always underhand a dog. It's things like that. Basic dog knowledge. Doggies are snout heavy. They're very defensive, and that's a massive sign of aggression. Ragnar Crimson I haven't finished. I watched like 5 episodes in it, and I haven't watched any more of it. Level 1 Demon Lord. We watched discussing visually softcore. It's like how in anime people are always rubbing cats' bellies, right? Level 1 Demon and One Room Hero, I've really enjoyed. I think there was maybe like a couple episodes that didn't really work, but I think overall I really enjoyed it. I think it's easy in A. I really enjoyed it. Really solid show. It had massive heart, which I was very shocked by. I had a dog, and she was 97 blind. 90% blind. She had a year ago. Was a very sweet dog. I'm sorry, man. Losing a dog sometimes is worse than losing a family member. Was a Japanese boy in a dog's body. That is true. Doesn't change the fact that normally a dog will bite you in the face. I'm just saying that... All I'm saying is that if you watch that show and you find a stray dog, please don't go in the bath and nibble on its face. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is if you ever had a dog and you jump in the water with them, don't grab their front paws. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying the show is bad for doing it.
Yeah, don't try this at They should just put up that this is not how to take care of dogs. Anyways, what was I talking about? Yeah, I wonder. That's the easy A. Isekai farm simulator. Isekai in another world with in another world of Minecraft. D. It's not trash, but it's pretty close for me. Some good girls, but it's a super repetitive show. I didn't really find a lot of enjoyment out of it. It's just literally every episode is introducing either 1 or 15 new harem members. He brings them into the harem, and the next episode, 5 more harem members join, and like it's spending most of its time introducing characters and never really doing anything with them. So, and my biggest frustration is that they cut out explanations as to why the girl gets pregnant, because for some reason I guess they felt like actually saying in the show that they did the deed is somehow unacceptable. So she like just self-impregnated or something. I don't know. So yeah, it was dumb. The show you watch 3 times gets a D. I know that I was like extremely like the outsider. Like when we reviewed the show, most people were like did not agree with me. So that's par for the course for me. He is farming vegetable waifus. Exactly. There's just building a crop of them. Now I know I missed a banger. You missed the bang. Yes. Is more like it. When a concubine really likes a guy. Why is Hero Academy D? I get that the first 2 seasons are trash, but season 6 is mega his peak. I've fallen off on the series a long time ago. I mean, you admit it yourself. It falls off, and yes, season 6 brings it back up, but it hasn't saved it for me. To your admission, I fell out of love because it's fallen off so much that it's only kind of correcting itself now, but not restoring my love for it. Well, it's clear they did it, even though if they don't say. I've heard that argument, but I've yet to hear a solid argument besides you assume it because she's pregnant. Well, yes. I mean, when she shows up and she has a belly, yeah, they obviously did it. But from what I understand, in the novel series, they're pretty clear that they're all doing it. My argument is that why would they not say that they're doing it? Do they think that their viewers are children that can't know that they're doing it? Like, our assumption for most protagonist characters is that when they live in the same house, they're not touching each other, because anime characters don't touch each other. I just don't know why we're not grown up enough to not know that, not be told that's what they're doing. They don't have to show it. Trying to figure out how babies are made in anime edition. Yeah, it's like, no, it's literally like, oh, well, all you have to do is live in the same house, and suddenly out of nowhere, belly. Cooties. Farming life is pretty much innuendo. Even the manga does not explicitly say. I've been told by everybody that it's explicitly said that they do it. So you're like the first person to say it's not. Dalahan, what's going on? Anyways, Masamune-kun's Revenge R. I already answered that question, Robux. Masamune-kun's Revenge R. I hate the ending, but it was expected. I mean, it wasn't... Masamune-kun's... The issue that I have with Masamune-kun's Revenge is that everything that I thought was happening was happening. Like, it almost felt like a fulfillment of everything I would assume was happening in the series from the very beginning. No, I'm not going to say it again. It's a VOD, so you can just skip back to when last time you said it, and it'll replay it. The from the very beginning, this series is a misunderstandings, the anime. Like, the whole show is based on misunderstanding. The premise setup is based on misunderstanding. I build my entire life for this one moment to get revenge, which is really disgusting if you think about it. If a person spent their entire life for the sole sake of getting revenge.
not that I hate the show for it, because I still like a lot of the characters in it, and there's a lot of fun chemistry with the characters. Like, it's like the setup is stupid. Like, it's plain and simple. The setup is dumb. But as the show goes along, the chemistry still holds it together. And season 2, it just kind of compounds on the fact that everything that I thought how dumb the argument from the very beginning was is still holding true, and they're confirming it. And then I guess to top it off with the fact that they tried to pull another Sakura style, which I really hate. 10 years later, was it 10 years? I forget. High C, I guess. I guess High C. Like, it's not a bad show, but I admit that I haven't liked it since the end of the first season. It's a very frustrating setup and everything. It's the ribbon, the Pregger ribbon, Slayer. It's big order. It's like the funniest moment in anime history. Is the ribbon preggers. Easily the best part of anime ever. The show that popularized Mini Mommy? I don't know. It could be. I don't think so. Wasn't there something else before then? Lollibaba. I'll never forget Big Order, that trash. The ribbon preggers was like easily the best moment ever. Oh, U149. U149. It's B or C for me. I think U149 is B or C for me. Like, it's got some really good episodes. There's like 3 or 4 really good episodes of U149, and the rest of it are shrug. That's his problem. It's a mixed bag because they have so many characters, and each one of them gets a single episode, and some of the episodes work, some of them don't. The bungee jump episode is a 10 out of 10. I think the bungee jump episode is, without a doubt, the best episode ever. Shouldn't U149 go to C just because it's post the Mushoku Tensei director? The director never belonged to Bind, so no, it's not his fault. The directors are, to be fair, I think the director left Mushoku Tensei because it was difficult. I don't blame other studios for poaching the director. He admitted himself it was a very difficult job because he not only directed it, he did the script work, and he did the series composition. If I remember correctly, he did all 3 of them. Dude wore himself out. But anyways, yeah, the bungee jump episode was amazing. I love the live streaming episode. I liked, what else was the good ones? The later episodes were really good too. It's just everything else, like the tomboy episode, the father obsessed daddy con girl was, I missed my comfort pillow episode was shrug. So it's like a good, like I said, 5 or so episodes of really good stuff, but the rest of it was kind of shrug. So I'm gonna put it in B. The girl with the lizard was funny. She was cute. Yes, I think cute. Thank you all for saying cute and funny in different ways, but never saying it at the same time. I really appreciate that. I'm not gonna go in that realm. Big Order was trash version of Code Geass. It was a trash version of Future Diaries, technically. The final Attack on Titan, the final season, the final chapter, part 3, the attack on ending of the final of Edge of the cliff of attacking final done. I'm not going to repeat all those, Crystal. You Google it. Google it. Google it. Google it. Attack on Titles. It's literally called the Attack on Titan. This is like the best way to put it. PB, explain to me how it fixed the manga. I would love to hear that. Middle B. Easy middle B for me. Will Attack on Titan end before Halloween ends? It's never over. They will keep dragging it on. Attack on Titan, the final, whatever, the last part is not, it's a great adaptation. I will always give MAPPA and Wit Studio, the team itself, massive credits for doing an incredible job adapting the series, because the original mangaka is terrible at talking in circles, and they did a really good job of adapting it into making it one coherent and not drug out storytelling process. Animation was top notch. I mean, CGI aside, which I don't care for, they did an incredible job adapting it through and through. I read the manga before the show came out. I found it to be a very shrug ending. I didn't hate it, but I found it to be a very shrug ending. And I knew from the moment they released the first part earlier this year that it was going to be the same ending, a very shrug ending. And sure enough, the show comes out, and it's the same ending. There's a couple dialogue changes, but it's all meaning the same stuff. It's the same ending. And I was very equally, like the manga, okay, that changed nothing, shrug, move on kind of thing. So, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. PB never answered. How did they fix the manga? Yeah, I agree. The ending credit stuff was all one page. Attack on Titan. No, it wasn't one page. It was a 0.5, which it had all the panels. I don't think it could be milked more than Dragon Ball. Anything, if it makes enough money, can be milked. Yes. By the time it finally got there, I stopped caring at all. I think they could have bring back Attack on Titan Junior. I sadly did not like Attack on Titan Junior High. I wanted to, because I was super... That was back when I was massive hype on the series. And when they had that whole chibi comedy come out, I was like, this is perfect. The setup is hilarious. I love the idea of the campus and everything. But it did not... The humor didn't hit for me, unfortunately. I bail out on Attack on Titan, 3rd episode. I still think it's good all the way up until the point where they get... all the way up until the time jump. I think everything up until the time jump is still good. Like, most people say, like... was it in season 3? I think most people kind of drop off on it. But yeah. There you go. My happy marriage. I didn't like what they did with Armin on Junior High. I don't even remember. I just know that the humor didn't hit me. My happy marriage, I think, is a solid A. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. Very beautiful show. Very emotional. Great characters. Its only thing that holds it back is the last arc. I felt like the last arc was very predictable. Not to say that's a bad thing. It was just kind of like, okay, I understand what we're doing here. Just kind of get it over with kind of thing. So it works in the end. The walking carpet gets a spine show. Yes. Starting out good and then went downhill. I don't know. I'm okay with a lot of the stuff with the original family bloodline and the protectors and all that kind of stuff. It's just everything at the end kind of felt like it way too predictable. Again, I really still am excited for the second season. I hope it has a really great story arc to go into next. But it started really strong. I think everything with her whole family and everything ran really well. So yeah. And the OP is way beautiful. Onimai. Where's Onimai going, everybody? I'm gonna let the chat decide where Onimai goes.
S S S B. Somebody kick Vincent out of the chat. A trash, kick Relentless out. S. I like this because I know who to block from the channel now. Vincent drop hold. S plus. We need a tier higher than S. I like that idea, Spanasu. Cheto says trash, block. Rika A. Abstain. Somebody's smart. You better not block me now. I'm sorry, I can't see that message. And the favorite of the year, it is Contender. It is Contender. D for I got mostly A's, so I guess the S's. So the chat has decided. The chat has decided. Anime was very solid, even without the high grade animation or directing. It still did many things right. I think the animation was incredible. I didn't watch it, have no opinion. S tier, funny and comfy. Yeah. The easy thing to get out of the way for first is onimai is like the prime example of how to do an adaptation, where the adaptation to a visual medium takes the original source material and takes it to another level. Like it's a gag comedy manga. Like it's very skit based in the manga, and I felt like they made like a very cohesive and well flowing story that plays out, and that scared me a lot because I was constantly going, oh my gosh, I can't believe they skipped the onsen episode and stuff like that. But it was all because they wanted to wrap it all in one story, which I thought was fantastic. So the animation was fantastic. The characters are great. I love all the characters. I wish they didn't upgrade certain characters as much as they did. But yeah, I think visually, it was pretty much a perfect show. I just had too much fun with it. It was too great. The characters are great. Comedy was fantastic. The heartfelt moments are great. It's about growth. It's about coming out of your shell. It's about learning about the opposite sex. All that stuff just plays out perfectly. When the staff of Mushoku Tensei work on something else, it's not the same staff. It's unfortunately a ongoing falsity that people say is that onimai took staff away from Mushoku, but that was never the case. It was two different groups. Great show. Yes, the art was amazing. I love the style of the characters in the background. The visual style of it's fantastic. I love it. Yeah, through and through, it's a perfect show for me. It literally is a perfect show for me. I have no faults in it. It doesn't hold anything back. It's got that kind of, it's kind of like Mushoku Tensei, which I think I was kind of tying it to Bind. I'm really still waiting to see what Bind's third anime is going to be. Because so far, Bind has done 2 series that are uncomfortable truth shows. When you have Mushoku Tensei is uncomfortable truth in the idea of somebody from a disgusting past learning new life. Pretty much onimai is the same thing. The idea of a guy turning into a girl and learning about the uncomfortable truths about now being a girl. When a staff meaning one dude? I'm not sure what that means. It was cute and amazing, amazingly well executed. Sad to see it bomb in the West. Yeah, that was expected. That was easily expected. The LP for onimai clearly showed who was behind the swimsuit in Monogatari. I still want a dinosaur onesie because of that show. Here, Bine is doing what One Piece spin-off anime next. Patches. Patches. That's a good one, dude. Because the anime industry is running out of ideas, so everybody's gonna just adapt. I'm gonna love it the day that I can look at any chart and it's nothing but One Piece from the top to the bottom, and it's just different studios. Every studio is doing a One Piece, and they're all listed as continuing. Because this one's on episode 5. This one is like on episode 3 seasons in. This one's 4 seasons in.
Everybody's just doing their own adaptation. They're all like unsynced from each other. It was super good. That's a good one, man. Like, just the director, I think. I mean, not a lot of people. No, the director wasn't involved with it either. The director that did Mushoku Tensei went off to do U-149. He was not involved. He was not involved with onimai. Like, it was literally a B team. So, as they call them, it's not necessarily mean they're bad people. It's just they call a second team a B team. And that day, I walk away from the anime. That's the day that I walk away from. That'd be interesting, because it'd be like, literally, I'll do like an impressions video, and it'll be like, you know, episodes impressions for the 15th episode of which studio's One Piece. And then Bind's One Piece. Bind's One Piece better be raunchy. Bind's One Piece is like super raunchy. That's great. That is super great. I need to make a meme of that. If somebody else doesn't steal it, I need to make a meme of that. It's just take any chart and just put a bunch of One Piece characters in like key arts, and just One Piece all the way down. Yeah, my only problem with onimai was the upgrade on the cups. It's just too much for me. I still love the characters though, but the cup size increase was a little bit much. I know onimai did well in Japan. Yeah, it was #1 for a lot of sites, which is good, since that means we may someday get another season. Yeah, and technically, there was a couple of hints at it. One of the more obvious ones is, what was the exact phrasing? When they were going back home at the very end of the last episode, they were on the train, and it says next stop onimai, and then I think they're on the second cart or something like that, so it has a 2. So it says next stop onimai 2. So it kind of, that was like a sort of a hint, but not necessarily a confirmation. So I'm gonna hold some hope that we'll get another season of it. I don't see a reason for another anime for One Piece, but I love One Piece, so I'll watch it. I think it's a great thing. I need to make a video on this, but I think it's a great thing, because there's a lot of discussion going on right now that some people are angry about it. I like the idea. As a not One Piece fan, I think One Piece fans, there's three, I mentioned in my video, there's 3 different people. There's the, I've always been a One Piece fan, I've been watching it, and I'm currently caught up on the latest 1000th episode, and I'll always watch it, and I always love it. The second group is the, I came in late, and I had to burn through all those episodes. And yes, there's a lot of them are, I watched 1000 episodes to get caught up on One Piece, and now I'm finally caught up. Then there's the third person, which is pretty much me. I don't think I'll ever want to burn through 1000 episodes to get caught up, but I'd love to watch it. That third group, I think is serviced by that, because they'll finally be able to bring in that audience of people that watched the live action on. This is probably mostly Netflix. We just got people hooked in on live action One Piece. People have never watched it before, and they enjoyed it. Now let's bank on it by bringing them into a new series rather than having to watch the whole series again. The truth is, One Piece sells, and people watch it again. That's the honest truth. They want everybody to watch it. That was pretty stupid. I hope it gets season 2. I hope so too. I keep wanting to just jump into the manga. I'll probably just read the manga here soon. The chest upgrade is very least means I can do cosplay of Kaede if I ever wanted to. Nice. I'm currently watching One Piece on Toonami and the Dressrosa arc. I have no clue what that is. Hey Andrew, are you planning on watching Pluto and new One Piece by what studio? I already watched Pluto, so yes, I'll watch One Piece. I will be watching the new One Piece. My whole point there was that, yes, I'm their audience. I will watch the new One Piece. I have no desire to read or watch through 1000 episodes, so I'll watch it as it comes out.
If One Piece, if Toei's One Piece came out today, episode 1, I'd watch it. It's just I don't like the idea of watching through 1,000 episodes. And how much filler is in the original One Piece from Toei? Is it like 100 episodes, I would assume? 100 episodes of filler, at least? A lot? Are we talking like 200? About half of it? They drag out scenes a lot. That's kind of expected, unfortunately. Dragon Ball does that. It's around 100 or so. If it's 500, Jambi, if it's 500, that would be crazy. But yeah, I would expect at least 100. I mean, Naruto is pretty bad like that too. I mean, ratio wise. Anyways, Kamikatsu. Kamikatsu is C. I want to put D, but I'm gonna go C. I want to like Kamikatsu. There's a lot of stuff I like about Kamikatsu. I like how unapologetically nasty it is. But its production was garbo. Its production was garbo, and it's not intentional. I hate the comment that it's intentional. C parody. S tier for the memes. It was very memeful. It was very memeful. Yeah, I don't subscribe to a lot of people's opinion that it's bad on purpose or whatever. They did do some stuff that was sidestepping production because their production schedule was terrible. But I hate this idea of excusing bad production and planning it's on purpose. No, their studio screwed up, and because they did one joke does not mean it excuses the fact that they production wise botched it. It wasn't bad on purpose. No, they had several statements on Twitter stating that they were having troubles. They did purposely do the whole tractor thing, and it was a funny joke, and I agree it was a funny joke, but their production issues were because they screwed up. They're a new studio, they're very small, and they struggled to get it done. Doesn't mean they're a bad group. Well, it does mean their planning's bad. Their planning sucks. So, and their budget was blown on them getting rid of Takahashi. But yeah, I don't like the whole. It was definitely on the Seiyus. But I don't like people excusing bad production on it was on purpose, because it wasn't on purpose. What I tell some people is if you think the director, if you went to the director and said, okay, I have a plan that will make Kamikatsu, we'll make it look like Unlimited Blade Works. You cannot tell me the director would turn around and say, you know what? No, I have a different idea. I want to make it look like this, how the show turned out. You're on something if you think that was intentionally bad. Because if they could make it look like Unlimited Blade Works, they would. They work with what they had, and yes, they sucked a lot of the time. They sucked a lot of... Yeah, I mean, Tama was cute. I love that whole scene in the throne room, as she just messing with things, she just explodes and flies while they're having this really serious conversation going on. It was super good. There's a lot of really funny parts. I really enjoyed it, though. Yes, I want to make it look like crap. People are going to love it. It got people's attention. I mean, I'm not going to fault them on that. The Galaxy Angel from a Galaxy Next Door or something like that. Angel Next Door, Galaxy Me Rotten. Angel Next Door, a Galaxy Away. I don't remember. It was okay. I'll put it B. It was okay little romance type of show. It was slow. My only fault that I have in Whites and B is that it is a slow show. But it does technically give an interesting concept to the idea of the perfect wife with the whole stinger and stuff. I thought it had a lot of wholesome moments. A lot of the family stuff I thought was fantastic. And it had an interesting kind of twist to the whole stinger. So, that's about it. Kamikatsu, Kamiarabe, cheat skill. Figured out which one are the best this year. I would put Kamiarabe. Well, yeah. Cheat skill, definitely not. But yeah, Kamiarabe and Kamikatsu, that's a struggle between those two. I accidentally killed the hero show. D. It's not trash, but it's not good either. Another production issue problem one. Another one that I think took itself too seriously. It had a shtick there that was funny, but they didn't do anything with it. Yeah, the OP was pretty solid. Legendary Hero is Dead is solid A. The thighs, I did appreciate that the main character is a good character because he appreciates thighs. I will agree that his appreciation of thighs was definitely his stronger suit. I think of Chain Shoulder. I'm extremely concerned for Chain Shoulder because of the studio, but we'll see. What is this show? What is this show? Is this the one where he was like an ex-soldier that suddenly gets thrown into school? Yeah, it's trash. I never finished it, but it's trash. Thick thighs save lives a lot in that one, yes. The legendary Soldier's Limp, yes. There's a lot of funny little jokes out of it, and yes, technically restoring mana through pouring something on the hero. Yes, there's a lot of funnies in there. And the not Lucy character. The Isekai, my unique skill makes me OP at level 1. It's fine. It's not a terrible show, but it's fine. It's got a lot of wholesome in there as well. I like the bunny girl. But other than that, it's a very repetitive show. It's basically experimenting with my unique skill, the anime. It's just him constantly experimenting with his skill. Oh, I shot this thing, but then I dragged it out here, and then I shot it again, and then thus it made this ability, and it made this bullet, and then I shoot this thing when it's over here, and then it makes this thing. It's just, okay, I don't care. Good story, but the animation was a failure. Did have some quality comedy. Could have been definitely looked better. Yeah, I think his biggest issue later on especially was its visuals. It's the only isekai that doesn't piss me off for having a gun. I'm a Lucky Block fan, so I liked it. Carrots or die? Yes. Ninjin or die? My gosh, that's right. Kubo finished this year after delaying an entire season. Kubo was sweet, but it's one again kind of a. It's just nothing but the sweetness and nothing really to chew on. I think High C is a good place for Kubo. Kubo's super sweet and super adorable, but the main character killed that show for me. The main character of Kubo is literally its biggest problem. Its whole shtick is that she's the only one that sees him. But the problem is that his character is non-existent in literal fashion. Like literal and figuratively and literally, he's non-existent. So it is here to make sure you put cheat skill where it belongs. How far? We're already a lot of people are talking about cheat skill already. Where's it at? It's right here. We're still 3 rows away. Yuri is my job. Trash. Anybody that knows me knows it deserves to be there. I don't think I liked anything about Yuri is my job. I hated the characters. I hated the melodrama. It visually looked okay, But that's the only plus I can give it. I hated everybody in that show. I know you like it, Genghis. I know, Genghis. I know you like it. I hate everybody in the show. Can't believe Andrew hates Yuri. I like Yuri. I hate Yuri as my job. Specifically, when it's my job, I don't like it, apparently. I enjoy the series as well. Can't wait for Ching Chik to come. I can't lie. I'm sorry, Genghis. I put at the top. I at least put at the top of the trash. At least it's not at the bottom of the trash. Or is this supposed to be the top? This is okay. This is supposed to be the top. Yeah, it's at the top. I swear. It's not bad as Villainous Yuri. I never finished Villainous Yuri, so yeah, I could probably agree with you there. I want more Yuri anime like Sakura Trick. I need to rewatch Sakura Trick, but my favorite Yuri show is Bloom Into You. That's a super good show. I also like. Oh, I technically like Stardust Telepath is good too. It's not like kissy kissy, but it's Yuri. What show are we on? I just threw away Yuri as my job. Kubo's biggest problem was that it was the same year as Danger to My Heart. That is dang true. And it could have missed it, Ed. Kubo was supposed to be winter. Yeah. Was it winter or fall? It was supposed to be the season before Dangers, and then it got delayed into the season with Dangers. And yeah, that didn't help it, because Dangers was so much freaking better. So much better. The cat, the masterful cat is depressed again today. I'm really tempted to put it in S. As you can all tell, I am extremely conflicted to put this in S tier. I'm going to put it in high A for now. It might, depending on how full S gets, it might go S. I admit, episode 1 sucked. Episode 1 was garbo. Well, at least 60% of it was establishment shots was garbo. But they chilled out and they moved on, and I love it. I had so much fun watching that show. I will admit it does have slow points, so it's probably going to stay in the A territory, but it's a super good show. It is a really good show. I loved it. It was super sweet. There are better human plus cat related animes. List them for me. Just put it in S and then move it down later. Hot take: Megami show was mid. The Megami show was okay. It does get repetitive. It was cute though. Megame. Sorry, I'm saying it wrong. I really don't want to put this in a... I don't want to. I'll put it D. I'm not going to trash it. But yeah, the Mega Men show... I thought you said Mega... You were saying Megami. You were saying Mega Men. Sorry. I read that wrong because I thought you were talking about the other Gohan shows, which was the Megane show. But anyways... Yeah, I don't... The only thing that was good about the Mega Man show, the Explosion in Another World, was Union. Union was the Union was literally carrying the show because they absolutely destroyed... I wouldn't say destroyed. They just did not perform the characters right. Like, the only character that I felt like the original Konosuba was Union. And maybe that's because it didn't have the rest of the cast there, besides Cameo, like at the very end. It just didn't have any heart. Mega Man's character was just non-existent. Please put it higher than Angel Next Door, please. There you go. Okay. Requests fulfilled. I'll put it. I mean, it's probably more of a C. It's not that bad of a show. It had a lot of fun moments. I'm being too hard on it. Anyways, Mr. Tensei is better human plus cat relation show. Oshinoko. Is this difficult for anybody to figure out? I'm not even gonna joke it. I think right below Bungo is fine. I like to organize my S's, like thoroughly, and I think right below Bungo is good. Oshinoko's just amazing, like through and through is amazing. Taku Elf is frieren test drive C tier at least. But yeah, Konosuba's Oshinoko is amazing. I love it. The characters are great. I love the first episode was extremely emotional. I love the direction it goes from there. I know that's difficult for the transition, but I think the writer Aka Akasaka, I think he has an incredible insight into the industry from multiple directions, and how he puts that into paper or pen to words to give to the artist is incredible. The portrayal of the industry itself is like everything I've heard of the industries, the dark side of the industry that he's just kind of pretty much showing to the world. I love it. So I saw it as a modern version of Perfect Blue. Sort of, I guess. I guess. At least from the actor's perspective, I guess. But yeah, I enjoy it a lot. Otaku Elf. I didn't care much for the history buff stuff in it because a lot of it went over my head, admittedly. But I like the dorky elf. I'll put her mid B. I think mid B is good for her. No, Cheto, I'm putting it mid B. Mid B. High B. No, I'm putting it mid B. It's good. Saint's magic power is omnipotent. No, this is the Saint Cecilia. I already did the Saint magic power is omnipotent. Saint Cecilia. They're both saints. I think a low C is good. I think it's I'm like wrong saint. This one's lazy and sleeps everywhere. The other one likes to do gardening. I liked it early on. I thought it was sweet, cute, had a great style to it. She's a dork. She's always a dork and cute. But like the whole second half is so boring. It tries to get serious with the story elsewhere, and I just didn't care for really any of it. I did like the backstory stuff they eventually get into with the original meeting of them, but it's just kind of gets boring. Like it goes in the realm of Tonikawa for me. Like it's suddenly out of nowhere, it just gets really bland. So it was a bit bland, not bad, but nothing really shined. Taku Saint. That's a Taku Elf. Is a Taku Saint. Trigun. Saint Thirsty and the Father Clueless. Exactly. The new Trigun. I think probably B, right? Trigun was a nice B. High B, low A. Didn't watch B. I think B is good. I agree. I think B is good. I'm really looking forward to the next season so that we can finally get the appearance of Best Girl that was of the best girl of the last season or last adaptation, but I think it's good. There was a couple episodes that were kind of shrugged, but I think overall they did a solid job of it. The new Trigun would be better if old Trigun didn't exist. That's an interesting thought process there. I try to disconnect myself from the old one, but I think that in me trying to disconnect myself, I realized that I did technically like one of the characters of the old one a lot. So, hi, my home hero. It's literally gonna be midnight if I don't speed this up. My home hero is, I did not like the production quality. The production sucked a lot, but I think in the end I really did enjoy it. This is one of those ones where I wanted to stop because I was not liking the quality, but I kept with it, and I was happy I did because it was actually a really enjoyable story. It's a really nice. The mom makes it. Literally the mom carries it quite a bit for me, but it turned out to be a really good game of cat and mouse. I liked it. I liked it a lot. Cool female colleague. Ice Guy and the cool female colleague. I think it's another good B show. It's another good B show. I thought it was super sweet. I enjoyed it. Like the characters. I like the eye jiggle. It's the eye jiggle. The eye jiggle. This director's eye jiggle. The director likes the eye jiggle. Ice Guy B. I just think it has a sweet chemistry between the characters. I enjoyed it, so. Kaguya-sama up there. Let's just go right next to Oshinoko. We'll go right next to Oshinoko. I really love those. What was it? 4 episodes? It's like a movie pretty much. I really enjoyed it. It took me a while to finally watch it. I will admit that there was a section where I wasn't sure if I was going to enjoy it because it got really heavy. But it pulled it off. Like, it pulled everything off. I really enjoyed it. The split personalities, basically. Kaguya-sama still this year. I don't know when the movie came out, but this is the breakdown for whatever episodes of it. I think the movie was last year, and then they break up was this year or something like that. Yeah. I loved it. Good ending. Well, sort of ending. Well, ending to that. Ending to that. Yohane the Parhelion. I liked it a lot more than I thought I would. My B's getting really heavy, but we got 2 rows in the other ones. I'm gonna put it in B. I think it's solid. It does drag the later parts of it. I was very conflicted about because it kind of drags, but I was very charmed by it. It was a nice, unexpected surprise because I figured it would have way too much reliance on the original property, but they managed to kind of make it its own thing. My only biggest fault, and I kind of want to move it down to C because of this, now I'm remembering it. Besides Yohane and Lilaps, the other characters are so just their archetypes. I'm putting in C. I'm going to do high C. The side characters are so blah. I mean, the Demon Lord girl they kind of did something interesting with her, but the other characters were just kind of there. Yeah, I think high C is good. Yeah, most of the cast had no... Like I said, only the Demon Lord really did, and that was her kind of realizing that she can be with the people and not have to hide away on her island. Well, it was a Yohane show. Well, why does Lilap get attention if it's Yohane's show? The hell was the name of this show? It's the not Sacrificial Princess. It was a show that came out before the Sacrificial Princess. Because dogs. Lilaps gets attention because dogs. Yeah, this show that I forget the name of it, which is like the girl the demon that saves the girl and makes her blind and then travels the world with her. It started really good. It started really, really good. And then after they got done with the noble, there was a whole story arc with the noble family that used to be the eyes to the demons for the kingdom, and then they got turned on. Tale of Outcast, thank you. Crystal, thank you. They got to the part where they did the whole noble family that was the eyes of the kingdom, and they got betrayed, or at least they got pretty much no longer needed. And everything after that, I think, kind of just lost my interest. When it got too stuck on the rest of the demons, it lost my interest. It's kind of, it got helked. Is that gonna be a new thing now? Is the new thing now gonna be the helked? You got helked. I'm gonna go low C. It's still good. I still enjoy it. I still enjoyed it. Well, I have Sakura Sound already, and now we're gonna have Helked. Low C is a good ranking. The issues I have anime is clearly rushed to the ending. I think, yeah, I don't know. Mashal. I don't think it's Garbo, but it's not for me. Mashal is just never gonna work for me. It's too Harry Potter focused and One Punch Man focused, which are two things I have no interest in. So, didn't work. You like Mashal, Earthly? Are you joking? I didn't know you liked Mashal. I did not know that Earthly was a Mashal fan. S tier, Mashal B, C. No, you're joking. I thought I learned a new side of you. You know, it's nice that every now and then to kind of check out what your friends like. That way, if you ever come across like what if suddenly I wanted a raffle for Mashal merch, I'll know who to send it to. So, anyways, Tomo-chan, the Mizusu show, the show that was great because of Mizusu. What was my I can't even remember what my ending thoughts were on this. I want to say A or maybe high B. I think it was one of those shows where when I think about it, it's technically one of those shows that I would probably not like if it didn't have Mizusu. Like, because Mizusu literally carries most of it. But I think it comes into something really good at the end. It's not to say that Tomo-chan is bad or anything. Kara was great too, yes. But like, whenever I think about it, every moment that I loved in that show included Mizusu. She carried it. I think I'm going to put it in B. I might bump it up later. Raeliana. If Raeliana... how did Raeliana end up at the Duke expansion? Why Raeliana ended up at the Duke expansion? Raeliana started off as a really, really good show. The ending sucks. It's not even an ending. And I like the chemistry between the two main characters, and I like how unapologetic it is at some points about how brutal it is. But the ending sucks. It's a good show. It's a great start. Good show. Crappy end. Very unsatisfying. That's my opinion. The ending just sucks. So just because of the ending, I can't get any higher than a B. So I'm gonna put it mid B. Mid B for me. I still like it. I think the chemistry is fantastic. I really like the show until the end. Exactly my thoughts. Shangri-La, I'm quite a bit behind on this one. So far, another B. I think it's still a solid B. It's very enjoyable. Not doing anything incredible so far. Again, I'm like 4 episodes behind. Trash. Just no hesitation. Trash. Another, I was kicked from the Demon Lord's army, and I found out that I'm actually OP, and thus I'm going to show everybody that I'm OP. I didn't like it. 80,000 gold for my retirement. A solid high A for me. I really like it. I kind of want to put it in S, but it does have flaws. I can't put it in S because there is some flaws. It does get caught up in some repetitiveness. Bad guy shows up. She either contacts or somebody important shows up, foils the person's plan. Another bad guy shows up. King walks through the door. Suddenly the guy is reprimanded and walks out the door. But the main girl's so good. Like I love the main girl. She's so freaking great. Great character. So much sass. That was a very interesting take on the genre when it comes to anime. Just need some better animation. Chill My 30s had a lot of charm. Chill My 30 was okay. Was a solid C. Was a big fan of this one. I like it. Dark Gathering. I want to love Dark Gathering, but the production sucks on it. I'm gonna put it in C. Low C. I think a low C is good. Steve S. C. Dark Gathering S. Sorry, I was waiting for Earthly. I was waiting for Earthly to respawn. I was waiting for Earthly to respawn. That was it. Time to leave the channel. Once and for all. Unsubbed. Lost the. Can you unmoderate yourself? I don't know if you can leave, Earthly. I don't think you can unmoderate yourself. And spoil the ending of Mashiko Tensei. I gotta mute him on everything now. He's gonna just throw it out there somewhere. Self-ban. Anyways, no, I love. There is some no joke. The only problem that Dark Gathering has is it could look better. Like, the studio did good for what they have, but I would like it to have more animation. It does do a lot of suddenly the perspective changes and the character slides on the ground and you're like, what happened? Like, did they get hit? You don't see where characters hit each other, or at least spirits hit people or spirits hit spirits. But that's my only complaint. And pumpkin faces. Eiko's pumpkin face annoys me. I will never like Eiko's pumpkin face. But the rest of the show is incredible. The sound, the music, the voicing, the sound, the storytelling, the characters, Yayoi, 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 Yayoi. Yayoi and the sound. Yes, Yayoi and the sound. It's incredible. It is creepy. It is a very rare case of anime doing horror and suspense really good. It kind of reminds me of Murako-chan. When Murako-chan came out, yes, it was ecchi, but Murako-chan nailed suspense. You get invested and you get that gut feeling of something coming up. And Dark Gathering nails that all the time. The entire show is creepy as hell. I love the mechanics behind Yayoi, her spirits, how she trains them, makes graduates, how she feeds the others, the spirits to each other. She has her bedroom is full of dolls that have spirits attached that eat each other. It's super good. I love it. Final volume coming out in February. What I want to eat more meatballs now. Yeah, the meatball thing, that was I was glad the meatball thing was gone. The meatball thing was a bit too much for me. I was happy when meatball was gone. Oh my gosh, double bangers. Double banger. I'm not even gonna joke about this one because everybody knows me too well. Everybody knows me way too well. I kind of want to just put it right there. No joke. It's just, it's so good. Admittedly, early on, I wasn't sure if I was going to like Dangers in My Heart. I thought it was going to be Perfect Waifu, then another season of Perfect Waifu. But damn, it is too damn good. Whispers, I like it more than Onimai. Well, you're not that smart, are you? Well, you have bad taste, don't you? No, I don't blame you. I think for what it's doing. Honestly, between Onimai and Dangers, what they're doing, they do it perfectly. So it is comparing the two of them is kind of impossible. It's like comparing like Konosuba to, I don't know, Shogun Roku Raku Shinju. Konosuba is a pure comedy, perfect pure comedy to me. Shogun Roku is a perfect drama slice of life. You can't really compare them. So, anyways, yeah, Dangers on My Part is perfect. The directing's spot on. The music is spot on. The characters are great. The emotion, the writing. It's kind of one of those ones where, like, as it built, yeah, I guess you can compare enjoyment, but that's a very hard scale to hit. It's like, how do you scale your enjoyment? I guess you can. I've done it. I've technically done it before, but I mean, I technically do that with the S ranks, but the emotion and the music, everything's just spot on, and I cannot wait for second season. It's a beautiful show. I love it, but I couldn't just put it over Oshinoko. I'm sure Oshinoko is gonna get even better. Yeah, it's hard to compare them. Anyways, that's two S's right in a row. Let's throw some stuff in the trash. This is a trash isekai, reincarnate, whatever the hell it was. It was a ripoff of, like, it had some Mushoku Tensei ripoffs in there. He kept just making leather bags, running all over the place, blowing up stuff. It was kind of boring. And then they did this whole thing where he, like, goes into a hyperbolic time chamber and then comes back out of it and makes cookies. It was dumb. Sweet Reincarnation was not too bad. Like, it was much more enjoyable than I thought it would be. Not that it's great. I'll put it in the C area, like a high C. High C it. I'll high C it. It was decent. Animation wasn't that great though. Vending Machine Isekai. I wanted to like it. It's like a C or D for me. I'm gonna put it in C. I wanted to like it more, but it got very shrug very quickly. It had something that was interesting in there, which was the concept of, like, him being afraid of being changed back at some point, but other than that, it was just kind of what shocking thing can we make in this other world next? Sweet Honor question, too much bandit fighting and not enough making sweets. It was surprising how focused on the land they got, which I was expecting would eventually turn into him just building a nation of sweets and just moving on, but yeah. The kind of part killed me. And the technically feminine hygiene moment was out of nowhere. Rank of the Kings S. I wasn't sure about that one because it was a lot of, like, stories that they skipped that weren't that interesting, but eventually, like, they were just really good skip stories, and then the later segment of it getting an advancement in the last story was great. Finally kind of pulling the curtain away from the whole story was fantastic. I can't wait for more of it. If we ever get more of it. Paw Patrol killed it for me. I like the Paw Patrol. They were cute. I thought it was OVA at first. Ranking of Kings is goated. The episode with the Otherworldly Brothers was really good. Yeah, I can't get enough of Ranking of Kings. I really can't. Super good. Magi Revo. Gosh. Magi Revo. Paw Patrol and Starfleet uniforms. I really loved it. It's gonna be another S one. Easy S one for me. There was literally only one episode I didn't like. One episode that I didn't like, and then thankfully the next episode after that, it clarified everything. They had, like, this whole, like, dumb conversation in this room, and then the next episode finally explained it, why she was being upset, which was because of her upset about her isekai-ness, but it was super good. I love the Yuri. It looked beautiful. The world building was fantastic. It was a nice, interesting take on the whole being isekai, and it wasn't really necessarily isekai. It's at some point she realized that she has memories, or she recalls memories of a previous life, and then that inspires her to want magic and stuff. It was really good. I loved it. Yeah, I can argue there's stuff around the brother that I think was left a little bit too much vagueness in there, but it's not a deal breaker for me. Surene. Surene's second season. I think I'm comfortable with S. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure at first because I came off of first season not being too happy. The first season was beautiful, but I hated the later part of the first season. It's super angsty teens, very melodrama. So when I went into the second season, I think I opened up the second season not really wanting to, setting my expectations low. And then by the end of it, I was so invested in it. I was the competition and everything was fantastic. So I'm glad that I'm glad that at least Earthly watched Surene, because I know everybody else in the chat has not watched Surene. All 88 of you people, and nobody else has watched Surene. Okay, Slayer watched it. Good. Okay, Slayer watched it. All right, where is cheat skill going? Where is my cheat skill makes me OP even in this world too? Genghis watched half of it. Good, Genghis. Oh, I made Earthly vomit just by bringing up cheat skill. I'm just gonna drop a random cheat skill key art in the middle of a Mashiko Monday one of these times. See if I can cause Earthly to vomit. It's just going in the trash. It's just gonna go in the trash. There's no question. It's just gonna go right in the trash can. We'll just leave it there. We don't need to explain it. It's Garbo. Didn't enjoy it. Dumb characters. Production was crappy. Yeah, pretty much the same problem with Spider So What, Relantis. Both Spider So What and Cheat Skill got the same studio that butchers everything. They butchered Berserk. They butchered some of Spider So What. They butchered Cheat Skill. What is the new one? What's their next target? What's their next target to butcher? We'll call the studio the Butcher. Millipenzes. Oh, they don't have a next target yet. I can't wait to find out what their next target is. Yeah, they butchered Wake Up Girls. They butchered Berserk. They butchered Copcraft. That's it so far. That's their target so far. Was Lion Eye not worth watching? I mean, I'm not the end all be all, but no, I didn't enjoy it personally. I felt it was too much explaining the games that they're going to play, and the games aren't played the proper way. So it's no point in spending half the episode explaining the game they're not going to actually do. I liked Copcrap. Floridian slip there. Copcraft. I like the story. I love the artist, which is obviously Ranger Murata, but the animation was Garbo, so it was very difficult to enjoy. Undead Unluck so far, Forehead Craft. Exactly. I think it's a solid A so far. It could probably go downhill from here, but so far right now, it's a solid A. I just really enjoy it. It's kind of one of those infectious shows that you just enjoy watching just because it's just fun. The characters are fun. The story is very interesting. The last episode that I watched, they introduced this idea of causing curses basically upon the world. And I will admit, the moment that the stars appeared in the sky, I was like, wait. Now I kind of want to go back and look at the previous episodes to see if they ever showed stars. I was like, wait, were there stars before? It was kind of one of those moments of like, was I not paying attention enough kind of things. It's kind of cool. Gina made a comment, remember, about how she added stars to the moon. I don't remember that. I'll have to look at that. What is this, darker than black? Which one, Undead Unluck? It's a shame that Disney and Hulu aren't marketing anymore. Yeah, I think Disney and Hulu are having their own problems right now they're having to deal with. I think the last thing they care about right now is marketing Undead Unluck. Oh, the painting thing. I'll go look at it. Because, yeah, I know what scene you're talking about, so I have to go look at it. Like I said, I really badly want to go look once that episode came up. It was super interesting. Yeah, Undead Unluck's already going to Disney, so that's happening. The Disgraced Noble Lady. I actually really like this show. I thought it was a very sweet show. I love the chemistry. I'm gonna put it high B. I think a solid high B. The ending's not. I mean, the ending's sweet, but I think it's kind of one of those shows where I don't feel like I got enough at the end to kind of chew on. But I think it was nice enough. Tier Moon, I am way too far behind on it to say anything for right now, but I will hold my judgment. I think it's a very fun show. I think she's great, but I do agree with somebody that was mentioning earlier that I do agree that it feels like it might drop off. But I don't know. I'm like at episode 8 or so, but I do kind of feel like there's a possibility that it could kind of get less. It could fall off. I'll see. I'm gonna wait judgment. Turbine Empire S or A, super funny. B, kind of dropping off. S S S S S S S. Am I actually stronger, or am I the strongest, or something like that? It's fine. I think it's like a little bit better than Reincarnated for me. I think the sister is super cute, but it is kind of boring. It is kind of a boring show. I think it gets too caught up in like everything being solved by a block appearing in the sky, and it's a little bit too OP main character for my taste. Cafe Terrence. I'm sorry, Genghis. I think Genghis likes this one too. I didn't really like much of anything in Cafe Terrence. The rock girl was kind of fine, but all the other girls, I never really cared much. The pigtail girl was kind of cute, but yeah, it just I didn't care. Not my show. Didn't finish that one. I heard Cafe Terrence is similar to Quintuplets. No, because I really liked Quintuplets, and I didn't like Cafe Terrence at all, so definitely not. You Are Helped. It was fine, not very memorable. Yeah, it's super forgettable. I would agree with that one. Cafe Goddess equals trash ecchi show, but I like it. I don't even think it was a good ecchi show. That's the thing. Like, you got like one shot of something every episode. It is not. I don't feel it's a very good ecchi show if that's what you're looking for. Yeah, I would watch Temple before I watched Cafe Terrence. At least Goddess of Cafe Terrence. I mean, you guys are mixing me up. Cafe Terrence is technically like one of those shows where I think it's trying to technically go for more of a harem with a choice at the end kind of thing. Yeah, technically with like quintuplets, but a lot more serious. Like, I feel it was trying to be way too serious. Yeah. Temple is like way more ecchi though. Anyways, our dating story. I was gonna go C, but then I'm remembering the last episode that I watched, which I don't know if I think it's the ending. Really annoyed me. It just really annoyed me. I'll put high C. It's not that bad. I find a lot of it enjoyable, but it's not a great show. I read the light novel. It's a travesty. What they did to it. Could you ruin it more than it already was? Or is the light novel that good? Yeah, the ex-girlfriend was a bit much, or at least a lack thereof girlfriend was a bit much. A lot more darker. I could see that. It definitely has a feeling like it could get kind of heavy. just put up here. Let's just put it right up here. Where would frieren go? We know where it's going, but where does frieren go? So far, I think right under Bungo. I think right under Bungo right now for me. No. It's hard to compare a show that I've only watched 15 episodes to a show that I've watched, 60 episodes of? It's hard to compare a 5-season show to a 1-season show so far. Yeah, because it can totally go downhill from here. But, I mean, we at least have 15 episodes to work with, whereas the onimai and dangers we only have 12 episodes to go with, so it's fair to compare. But yeah, I love every episode of frieren, so it's definitely up there for me at least. It's just it's fantasy done right, it's character study done right, it's beautiful, it's so well portrayed, the pacing is perfect, the animation is incredible. There's literally nothing about frieren that doesn't work. I love how they describe the demons and how the demons work, and a little bit of a morality conflict there, but not really. Nothing's really kind of hinted at. It's very clear about its subjects and what it's getting into. It doesn't hide too much from the viewer. It reveals things naturally. Everything works for it. I love it. So there you go. I dropped Noir. Girlfriend. I will say the second season's getting better. It's difficult. It's difficult to watch Girlfriend because 100 Girlfriend's so much better. But I will admit that it's getting better. I still think it's a high C for me. I think it's a high C for me. Genghis is gonna hate me by the end of the stream. Genghis is gonna hate me by the end of the stream. I've now offended 3 of Genghis's children. I'm sorry, Genghis. I am sorry. I will do better. Genghis, I will do better. I promise. I love it. The animation could be better. I think the ecchi potential that the show has is incredible, but they often don't play on it well enough. There's so many, really... They could have done, the whole scene with, what's-her-face dropping on him stark naked. Way better. It's been a lot more than 3. Is it? I've only kept track of 3 of them. And maybe you haven't yelled out loud enough. The little protagonist's girlfriend is so much funnier. I honestly have found myself not liking the main character of girlfriend lately. Well, honestly, girlfriend first season, really thought it was absurd and great. First 4 episodes, I thought it was hilarious. It was refreshing to have a main character that literally says, I want this, I want to go for it, no apologies, brutally honest. The response of the characters was great. Saki being the kind of straight man character to be super why did that come out of your mouth so easily? All that stuff's great. And then you add in the YouTuber girl that's just kind of throwing the mix into there to question if he's willing to go for a third. All that's great. Then you have the overprotective friend coming in for Saki. That's all great. But some point, halfway through the first season, it got dull. That was it. Yeah, every now and then it would hit me with a joke, the whole gotcha system thing. I'm gonna give you some gotcha rolls or whatever. Every now and then it would throw a joke in there that would just be so absurd it would get me. But for the most part, the second half of the first season, it just, okay, that I get it. He's brutally honest, but what else? Yeah, I get it. I get that he's brutally honest, but what else? And then going to the second season, what I was saying earlier is that yes, it took a while, but it's kind of getting refreshing again to me. And I think a lot of that has to do with
adding these two other girls that are trying to get him to break off and accept more than just the two of them, basically become, you know, like a 4-timer rather than a 2-timer. But other than that, it's like it's not as refreshing as something like 100 Girlfriends. 100 Girlfriends is constantly hitting me with something. And I think the difference between the difference with the two of them is I think that with 100 Girlfriends, the writer is good at constantly keeping things fresh. Like, he constantly is trying to shift your perspective into something else. Okay, focus on this now. Okay, you've been there too long. Look at this now. Whereas with Girlfriend, it's like it's constantly the same joke, and they're constantly down the same path. To the credit of them, they're kind of going with one storyline they're trying to really focus on, but that doesn't help it to feel refreshing the whole time. I don't know. That's the best way I can explain it. It's muddy and keeps digging itself deeper. Girlfriend male protagonist swapped with 100 Girlfriend protagonist. Yeah, he doesn't like. What the thing I argue with 100 Girlfriends is that the main character actually deserves it. Like, he's one of the few protagonists in a harem where I'm like, I kind of like this guy. I think this guy deserves it. Now he's dumb, and it's kind of funny but he doesn't deserve it. Like, he doesn't feel like a protagonist that deserves it. So unlike 100 Girlfriends, I don't think he deserves really his position. Yes, you can say he deserves it because he's honest, but at least, yeah, there you go. At least all of them are better than Rent-A-Girlfriend's protagonist. Trash. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Tokyo Mew Mew is nostalgia for me. I'm gonna put it in C. It was a better season. Yes, the story was good, but I still hate the main character. Like, yes, the main story about making the movie for your grandma was great, but it doesn't take away from the fact that the perspective is from a guy that I cannot stand anymore, and that ruins the show. Yamada level 99999999999999999. I liked it a lot more than I thought I would. I'm between B and A. I'm probably gonna put it for B. It was rough early on. Like, it was a very rough show early on, but it grew on me, and I loved it by the end of it. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it. I'll leave it in B. I kind of want to put it in A though. Fate, strange, fake, strange. I love it. I can't wait for more of it. It's literally like, it's the good Bacano writing that I like. It's the modern magic kind of setting, tricksters and backstabbing that I love, and I need more of it. House husband. Who's the right guy? Who's the guy that wrote? Do you guys remember who wrote that? Does anybody know who wrote that? I can't remember. Way the House Husband. I'll say it like I always say it. Kendra Suda carries it, but this show looks like dog crap. Yeah, they're the one that wrote Dead Mount Dead Play. Yeah, that's right. Definitely not. I don't think he wrote Do Da 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 or anything. House Husband is really funny. Kendra Suda nails it. The cute and fluffy show. Cat Planet Cutie. It was a Cat Planet Cuties, right? I think it's called Cat Planet Cuties. Cat Planet Cuties is a D. It's not a bad show, but it got super repetitive. You stop making your top of the year list for past years. I see the last year you did was 2015. When I started doing the Mashiko Mondays and the Mashiko Sundays, it kind of loaded up my schedule. I'll hopefully eventually get back to doing it. They weren't getting much viewership anyways, but I still want to make them because I enjoy doing them. It can't take priority over some other stuff. Pet the Cat, the animation. God dang, that was... Which of Mercury? I thought that ended in December of last year.
Cat Planet Cuties was a banger. I'm gonna go all the way back as far as I can go. If I have to go back to 79, I'll go back to 79. I don't know how many will be in the list, but I can keep going back as far as I can go. I'll probably keep going back as far as I can go until I can't get 5 shows. I might even actually watch what I think might actually be the best shows in that year just to get 5 if I need to. Because, yeah, eventually you're not going to have 5 shows in a year. Anime at some point in the past, there's a lot of OVAs and stuff, though, but... Mercury... I enjoyed it, but it definitely is not my favorite Gundam. The ending, I think, the ending was kind of a little rough. I'm gonna do high B. I think high B is good. Yeah, I think the ending is what really hurts it. Yeah, Iron Blooded Orphans still my favorite of all time. I love Iron Blooded Orphans. Iron Blooded Orphans, War in the Pocket, 08th MS Team, Gundam Origin. And I'll probably go in with the original Gundams after that. What was this called? The General Butchie Samurai show. It was okay. I'll put it in C. Revengers, yeah. The Revengers, because the whole biting the coin thing. I forgot the whole point. I almost forgot about the biting the coin thing. Depends on how hard you bite down. Is the show of your pain. Gundam Thunderbolt is good too. Yeah, I would recommend Thunderbolt. Hathaway. Whenever we can finally get some more of Hathaway. Somebody brought up Amuro the other day, and I was like, well, whenever Hathaway comes back, and I'm like, wait, when was the last Hathaway? It was like 2021. I'm like, when's the next Hathaway? There was supposed to be like 3 of them, I think. I'm forever mixed on Wing. I am forever mixed on Wing. I like Unicorn. It's not like my favorite, but I did like Unicorn. Danmachi. This is part 1, right? Or is this part 2? This is part 2. Did part 1 come out this year? No, because part 1 was like fall last year, wasn't it? Yeah, like it was that was a rough wait time. Danmachi part 2. I think a solid A. I'm gonna put it solid A. It was leaps and bounds above like the last like 3 seasons of Danmachi. But the ending was a little bit unfortunate. Like it just felt like it ended way too quick. Like it almost felt power friendship ending, no doubt. But no, it was good. It was good. It was a nice return to form. I really hope next season the writer's involved again, because it was obvious that he needed to be on board with it. So yeah. Shy I haven't finished yet. Not sure if I will. The Glake Cleric. It's not terrible, but it's just not. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in D. It's fine. Telepath. The Glake Cleric, he trains a lot. I'm between an A and a B. Like the only reason I'm going, I was early on, but I think like the recent episodes had me feeling. The recent episodes had me feeling like it was. Everything felt a little forced. I guess the best way to put it, things felt a little forced. And that kind of left a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth. Like it felt like everybody suddenly had to get fixed. Like we've been having all this time to spend really getting these characters to know each other. And granted, that's at the wake of them finding a struggle and them running into a competition and then them all responding to the competition in their own ways. But it almost felt like everybody was suddenly got in line and were like, okay, we got to fix everybody. Let's all have our moment to air our grievances and fix each other. It felt a little bit too much. So it's still cute. It's still really cute. Girl and her guard dog, trash. My tiny senpai, I liked it early on, but it kind of drug. It kind of drug. I'll put it in C. It's not that bad. It's not D category. I'll put it in C. Heavenly Delusion. My gosh, I forgot about this show. Heavenly Delusions is easy S. The only negative you can drag out of me with Heavenly Delusion is that we don't have another season. And that's a positive. Because yeah, it does feel like, God, I kind of want like at least like a couple more episodes, please. It's super good. It has been a long time since I have been like watching a show where I'm constantly going, what is going to happen next? How does this work? Where is this person? When is this person? Where is this person? What is this person? It was great. I loved every minute of it. Every week, just hyper analyzing every episode was so freaking fun, dude. Yeah, I heard there wasn't enough material, which sucks. Yeah, what is this person? And yeah, it's one of those ones where like when you finally have those realization points of like, oh, I know what they're doing here, and then it gut punches you. Like the whole hospital scene. The whole hospital situation, the moment I seen that button and then like the connection starts to happen and it's like, oh no, I know who this is. Yeah, the doctor. It was like, oh crap, this sucks. And then every time I seen those characters after that, I'm like, this sucks, dude. I freaking hate this. I hate that I connected this because I hate this now. It was to get me that invested in characters is saying something. To get that kind of invested in a character, it literally speaks bounds. So, yeah, the production of it was visually great. The animation was fantastic. It just came out of nowhere that season. When you get those feels, you know it's doing something right. Buddy Daddies, it was cute. Buddy Daddies was cute. I put a B. I think B is a good spot. Buddy Daddies was pretty solid. I kind of wanted something better with the ending, but it was still fine. No jokes, yeah. At times it was better than Spy Family. Like it kind of did the. I mean, and that's again going back to my whole argument about Spy Family kind of getting stuck in a rut and not doing enough. Buddy Daddies was like, oh yeah, you remember how Spy Family was when it first started? That's us. Like Buddy Daddies is Spy Family, but always going the crazy route because they're not hiding what they're doing with each other. So, Ayaka or something like that, trash. Berserk of Gluttony. It's close to trash. I didn't. Besides mine, I got nothing out of that show. Boss Tame or whatever it's called, Last Boss Tamer, super boss villain. I liked it early on, but it kind of got blah. The last quarter, I think, was pretty blah. I'm gonna high C it. And I was thoroughly excited for that series too, because it gave me an indication that it was going to get very. Holy crap! Andrew, live chat's gonna go extended. Like I said earlier, I think I might actually go all the way to midnight. It had a good start because it was kind of hinting at the idea of her being constantly controlled by her previous self. But all it really kind of turned into was the typical villainous thing where it goes, this is why I did this character, and that's not what I'm going to do to this character. And then they do the good thing for the character, and they move on. And that's the unfortunate thing. It got stuck in that kind of trope. Campfire cooking. If you can go until the maintenance ends for freight grand order, that's like, what, 4 hours? No. No. Campfire cooking was good. I enjoyed it. But I will admit that, like, a huge chunk of the show I just wanted to skip past because it was just like every time he cooked, I don't care. Skip. I don't need to see him chopping up meat again. I'm gonna put C. It's close to B. The slime is super cute. And I like Einzon Gold being the Fafnir. Or Fenrir, not Fafnir. The S-class ranks, I dropped it, but it would probably be trash tier for me. I don't care for it. Marginal service. Why did I finish that show? Why did I finish that show? I hated it. There was one section in Marginal Service where it was kind of good, but I don't know. I think it's because I was just trying to find like the references, because it was a very referential show. They loved referencing Hollywood specifically. Terminator references, Men in Black references. They loved referencing movies. The stuff around like the crazy villain character, the musician, was kind of interesting, but kind of in general, it was a dumb show. It was a dumb show. Kizuna Eyes, a trash NFT selling franchise. Dead Mount Deathplay Part 1. I have not started Part 2 yet. I'll put it in C. I kind of want to rewatch it because I feel like I kind of blacked out for half of the show. That's why I haven't started the Part 2 yet. I want to rewatch it. Apparently it was wrote by the guy that did was it Marginal Service? Was the guy that made Dead Mount Deathplay, was that the writer that did Marginal Service? I think that was why I watched Marginal Service, because it was the same writer. Oh, he did Fate Zero. No, I thought it was Fate Cly Liner. No, it's Fate Cly Liner. I think you're wrong, Earthly. I think it's Fate Cly Liner. No, it was Revenger. Dead Mount Shift Gears entirely in second. Oh, Nier and God App too, right? Yeah, so the Marginal Service writer wrote Dead Mount Deathplay, Nier, and Revenger. And Fate Cly Liner. That's right. Okay, we got it. My Clueless First Friend. This show is super sweet. It's literally like Roxy Gets Bullied. The anime. I would probably keep it in B, though. I don't know that I want to go in A territory. I kind of want to. It does get repetitive. Like, I want to put it in A, but I do admit that it does get repetitive. I'll put it in A for the heck of it. I can admit that at some point it's like you do kind of see that it's just person says something mean to her, he bumps in and says that it's not the case, and then blows up in their face. And the next episode comes up and does the same thing. I'll put it B. It's sweet though. It is super good show. It's super good show. No joke, I'd like Dead Mount Death Play, and I can't explain to you why. Because it's the writer. Like, legit, I feel it in it. He's an incredibly crafty writer. Does need some better animation. Yeah, that is technically an issue with both those shows. I'm not sure which one you talk about. Fake Line Liner Prisma Ilya, I am most looking forward to watching. It's got its moments. It's got its moments. Chad showed at MC. He does. With the root of two of them. Oh yeah, you do want to root for them. That's for sure. Fate, Strange Fake, Dead Mount Play are the same writer. I don't know. I think it's Fake Collide Liner, Crystal. I don't think it's Fake Strange Fake. They did Fake Collide Liner. We're joking, by the way. We're joking, by the way. Is Prisma Ilya worth watching, Yuri fan service aside? There is technically yes and no. Like, there is some interesting elements in there. Very referential to the Fate franchise. Like, if you like, there's elements like if you have not watched Heaven's Feel, like you shouldn't watch the movie. Like, there is like mad spoilers in the Fate franchise. It's very referential. Early on, I really loved it because of the element of installs. Like, basically her power is a magical girl, but then she can install different servants into herself, and so she looks like the servant itself. I thought that stuff early on was the initial draw that I had to the series. It still plays on that very rarely. I don't know later on past the movie because I didn't watch the movie. But it's very referential. It's interesting stuff. So, yeah. Trash adaptation. I'm sure it's a great story. It's a trash adaptation. Gene of AI. This is a tough one. Gene of AI is a tough one. There's like 4 or 5 really good stories. Really good stories in Gene of AI. The AI animator episode was super cool. But everything else sucks, and the ending sucks. The ending really sucks. Like, the ending feels like so unsatisfactory. I'm putting it in C. I'm gonna put it in C. You know, it could remind you of Pluto because it's kind of in the same time frame, really, as Pluto. It's hit or miss depending on the episode. Yeah, depending on the half of the episode too, because they would split every episode into 2 stories, and so you would have like sometimes a good first story, and then the second story sucks. Hey Brian, what's going on? Merry Christmas. I haven't finished Fire Force Without the Demons. I probably won't. Arc Knights, Perish in Frost, S tier. I adore Arc Knights, even though I don't barely play the game. I love the story. I love what they're technically doing with the animation. I think it's a fantastic story. Yes, would I want more animation to more crazy, bombastic Sakuga moments? Yes, but I think the directing carries it. It's a super good story. I love it. Love the characters. And plus, animal girls in jackets. Fire Force was pretty cool, but poor pacing. Happy Friday to those in the East Coast of the USA. Were we there already? Need to watch Arc Knight Season 2. Season 1 was cool. It is super good. It keeps up. It actually gets better as it goes along, so. I didn't finish the Kawanawashi, whatever his name is. The 4 Hanaka-kun episodes, I only really enjoyed one of them. Like, of all of the episodes, the only one that I enjoyed was one of them. So I'm gonna put that in D. I like the original series a lot, though. Bleach. It is now officially my birthday, so Angel Next Door moves to S. Oh, happy birthday, Genghis. For you, Genghis, is that the one you want? Then I will move it. But you only get one of them. But happy birthday, dude. Here's to another year, man. Cheers. Cheers to Genghis. Merry Christmas, everybody. Where's the doggo? Cheto, where's the doggo? You forgot the doggo, Cheto. Of all the emotes, you didn't use the doggo. It's either that or goddess, so that's your choice. I can go either one of them. Bleach. I think a solid A for Bleach. Like, there's some shonen fatigue that I honestly have been kind of dealing with recently, but Bleach is still my favorite shonen of all time. So never gotten the Bleach Ducks. Well, that's like what 20 years ago when it started. It disappeared for 20 years. Yeah, it's a Mashuko doggo. You like my little Mashuko doggo emote? I work very hard on my Mashuko doggo emote. 16-bit sensation. I hate doing it, but I'm gonna go D. 16-bit sensation is like the most massive fall off I have ever experienced in anime in a long time. I loved episode 1. I loved episode 2. The moment she traveled back in the future, it just ever since then it kept getting worse. Like it kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. It turned from a fun story about making a visual novel and having passion into the industry. The focus turned from the characters and the stories of the characters and their lives, and it turned to the industry. And then aliens or something. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it tanked. It was so super good early on. I want to read the manga because apparently the manga is about like literally some characters making stuff. So, Vexations. I like it. It's not incredible. I think it's a solid B. It's a lot of fun. It's cute. Lolly vampires are great, so I can back it. Zom 100. I almost want to put Zom 100 really high because we need more zombie animes, and I don't know why we don't have more zombie animes. And I don't mind the production delays. I mean, I'd rather them delay it and do it right. I'm not like super against it, but yeah, I do think it's a crummy thing. They should have planned it better. They've definitely failed miserably at it. I think it's a solid high B for me. I think it's solid high B for me. I'm not like super in love with the series. Plus, okay, I'm gonna put this stipulation here. I know what the final episodes are gonna be about. There is a chance that the anime could handle that story arc better, and if they do, I would go up. I'd be willing to go to A. But they've been handling the adaptation so faithfully to the manga that I don't see them changing anything. And for that reason, knowing what arc is next that they're going to end off this season with, which is what's that, the 25th, right? Were they releasing it on the Christmas, or were they releasing it late next week? Yeah.
So literally, mark my words, on Christmas Day, when they release the last episodes of Zom 100, it will be the worst story Zom 100 has. And they're going to leave the core on the worst story that Zom 100 has. So, there's my prediction for you. Anyways. Where did they leave the anime off before the delay? I forgot. He just got home. Which is still a good story. Yeah, I'm fine with the family and everything like that. I hate the villain characters. I think that is stupid corny. It is so stupid corny. It is absolutely corny story. It's a trope for villains that I really hate. So, again, super sweet, super cute. Gohan's actually handled it really well after they got the cameras out from underneath people's feet in the hallways. But repetitive. Extremely repetitive. So I'm going to put it in C. High C. I'm not going to lie, I was hella drunk for the episode of Car Glasses. A2 High, they did a good job. Yeah, I think the male protagonist of that show, while understandable because he's like a young teenager, is kind of annoying. But that's what you get when these manga artists make stories about young kids that don't know why their insides tingle. Rokudo's Bad Girls, I wanted to love it. I loved it early on, but it kind of turned to garbo very quickly. It's still decent. It's not trash. Tempuru, it's kind of the same boat. Well, I would... It knows what it is, and I think it does it decently. I think a C is a good for Tempuru. It's just a dumb, ecchi show. Some good twists in there for the ecchi that you typically get, but for the most part, it's just a bog standard ecchi stuck in a temple with a bunch of hot girls things. It had some funny moments for sure. I would take a shot every time she forgot her glasses. I hope you didn't binge watch the whole thing, otherwise you'd be dead. Overtake. I think it deserves to be an S. I think I'm... Yeah, it deserves an S. I can't really find any flaws. I can't find a flaw. I think it is a solid S. I'm so glad there's that many people in chat saying they're ranking because I thought me and Earthly were like the only people that watched it. What'd you tell me? I was literally watching it the same time as you were, Earthly. Just because you watched the episodes before me doesn't mean you told me anything. No, Overtake's amazing. I love it. I did take a break. I will admit I did take a break. And I came back into it and was very thoroughly impressed by the direction it goes. So, yeah, overall, all the characters are fantastic. But yeah, I was skeptical because it was a sports anime before I started watching it. It's an original show. It's not like you said the manga is great or anything. No, I'm always skeptical before I go into sports shows. But I can always tell within the first couple episodes if it's going to be more about the characters or about the sport itself, so... Yeah, the ending was good. It was a very solid ending. I wasn't really sure. I mean, obviously, there was like two different directions they could have gone with the ending, and I was perfectly fine with either one of them. So, that was a plus side. Yeah, I will admit that there was a side of me that was kind of considering, between watching that and Ghost. I could have watched both of them, but I wasn't seeing anything with Ghost that was going to pull me over there. So I'm glad it seems like for some people it was better. Yeah, it's good. Great characters.
And even though like outside of that, the photographer story was so good. The photographer story was just so freaking good. Just getting into like the whole Vietnam thing and the photographer with that and the regrets of taking the photo of the execution and all that kind of stuff. They did a decent way of kind of tying that in with like a real life story. Which, yes, had me down a rabbit hole to look into which I knew about the photo, but I didn't know the story behind the photographer. I never knew that whole story. Overtaken Four Brothers anime or surprise for the season for me. Dude, Yuzuki. Is it? We up to Yuzuki yet? Where is Yuzuki? There it is, right there. Yuzuki's easy up at S tier. That show freaking wrecked me. Yuzuki family wrecked me so many freaking times. It's not funny. Yuzuki's like literally. Yuzuki will eventually go on one of my videos for like hidden gems. What is it at right now? It's like the most unwatched show of the season. Already cried 2 times watching Yuzuki this season. I've cried easily at least 5 times. Several times towards the end of it. Now, where is it at? Had to scroll all the way down. Pull over here. All the way down. 36,000 people. Mal has 36,000 people on Yuzuki Family. Woof. Woof. Yeah, Yuzuki Family is amazing. I love it. It's so raw. It's so... Now, there is, like... There's certain parts of it that kind of are a bit much. Like the whole, like, Brocon stuff that they all kind of seem to have for one of the different brothers. And it gets a little weird, especially, like, the middle 2 brothers. It's a little weird. But, like, everything else is so relatable. Everything else about that story, because it's brothers and I have brothers, everything else in that story is so relatable. I love how, like, honest it is. Like, for example, the whole situation where the eldest brother goes to the reunion with his classmates, and they all kind of get scared by him because he talks about his family too much. And then he goes back and he has a drink with the mother from the other family and literally says, I hate the fact that I think they're a burden. It was like, ugh, like a punch. And that's not like a relatability in regards to brothers and because I'm not like I'm sort of a major caretaker of one of my brothers, but it's not like a fully 100% relatability, but it's just that admittance that when you are a caretaker of somebody, that it's okay to think I could be doing something else. It's okay to think that, yes, you can't have a lot of freedoms that you normally have, but it doesn't change the fact that you still love that person and want to take care of them. It was stuff like that like was so raw and it worked so well. When Yuzuki Family is going to get an English dub, probably never. I don't know that it's popular enough that it will get a dub. I like Waka's character design. I love all the designs. They're super unique and I love them. It's like one of the shows my therapist and I talk about, really. I can see that. The boy and the dog or whatever, trash. Just because of AI, just because a team of 6 people making an AI background that had to be checked afterwards, trash. Yeah, it took them until like I think episode 5 when they finally fixed Yuzuki, because I know I went and started watching it when that fix came out. Kingdom of Ruins is such a stupid show. It is such a stupid show. Like, through and through, it's such a stupid show. Like, it's so dumb, I don't even know if there's any substance in it besides how dumb and stupid it is. Like, legitimately, I'm going to put it in low C. Like, it's still got some fun in it. But I don't know that in the end it's ever going to have anything where I'm like, holy crap, I'm so glad I watched this because this happened. Other than just, like, the dumbness of it, it's the only thing I'm going to get value of it. That and Grab and Crittenden are having an edge off. They're having an edge off, exactly. And Ragnar's got a nice another season to go for. They're gonna ditch Kingdoms of Rome here soon. VR MMO boy, I dropped it. It's probably trash. Apothecary Diaries is easily S tier. I love it to death. It's just such a good show. The main character Mao is an incredible main protagonist character. I love the mystery. I love the feels. It's full of feels. I love like literally every single story that she gets digging into is so freaking good. So many gut punches, so much emotion. I love them all. It's great. Except for Jinshi. I don't like Jinshi. He creeps me out. I am waiting for the moment that they have suddenly out of nowhere Jinshi's character punches me in the stomach. I'm glad onimai is top S tier. I've seen enough. Back to slaughtering my demons. 100% Apothecary is S. I'm loving that. I'm loving that Apothecary is going for another season. Frieren and Apothecary. I love it. Mama's friend needs more appearances. No, because she'll end up dead. You know anybody that's spending time around her too much is going to end up dead. If you want her to survive, you keep her away from Mao. Or she's going to pop up and be suddenly relevant again because she died. One of the two things happen. Her exposition friend. Yes, the one that explains the hairpin. Pops. No, she's basically a gossip girl. Truth be told, she is the gossip girl. Because Mao's not hanging out with all the girls doing the laundry. She's a taste tester. She tastes the food and she goes back to bed. All these other girls, they're doing laundry and they're gossiping. So every now and then she got to hang out with the gossip girl. Reminds me of Raven Consort. I loved Raven Consort a lot, but Apothecary Diaries is on a whole different level. But it's sort of doing the same thing. It's solving mysteries in an inner palace. So yes, there is a lot of similarities there, but technically Raven Consort gets a lot more into the supernatural too. But yeah, I can see that. The personalities between the characters are way different though. Both equally as good. Eminence and Shadow. Didn't I do that? I did the first season right here. I think second season go right next to it. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Again, the second season I did not like the bank segment. The bank segment is blah. Potions I haven't finished yet. Oh, here's the final of Attack on Titan. So what's the other? Oh, the other one was where they went to the final part. They'll put them next to each other. They're both the same. They're both the same. This is like the beginning of the battle. This is where the battle ended. Part 1, final chapter, season 2, XYZ, carry this 7, squared, part 0. B for Eden's terrible planning. D for Toe Jam. The second part of Dr. Stone, I'll put it right next to the other one. They're both kind of on the same thing here. Both going A. 100 Girlfriends. I think I can go S. I need a comedy up here. I don't have a comedy up here yet. Do I? Except for onimai. So yeah, we need another comedy to go in the S tier. So we'll put 100 Girlfriends up there. There's not really anything in that show that I'm not enjoying. I think I love it so much. And I kind of wish that it had 2 cores, but it is what it is. Yeah, just for Kanane. Kanane is literally waifu this season right now. Besides frieren. Frieren and Fern. Atelier's, it was fine. Like, it's a lot better than I thought it was going to be. But it was not great either. It got good thighs, though. We'll put D for thighs. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that show. What was it called? The freaking Headless Detective. It's getting too late. I'm forgetting the names. The Headless Detective. Murder Farce. Undead Murder Farce. I think I want to go B on that one. It could be A. I'll put A. We got plenty of space in A. I think I'm gonna go A on that one. There was parts of it that I was a little bit disappointed in. It needs another season so bad. And the weird like pixelated stroke thing was weird. I'm not sure what that was about. Yeah, their chemistry was great. The two leads of chemistry is great. Kami Arabe. I almost wanted to throw it in the trash, even though I kind of like it. Like yeah, there you go. It's the here we go. I got it. It's been a while since I've brought this out. Some of you might not get this. Yeah, I finished it. It ended yesterday. Some of you might not get this. Some of you that have not been around me long enough might not get this. There. Have they said what's going on with the 100 Girlfriends? Like, is it a split core? All we know is that it's supposed to be 12 episodes, so. I like that one so far, the boys and the girls so far. Yoko Taro clearly is trying to do something. Season 2 is happening as well, yeah. The art is garbage and the only guy who likes it. And I am the only guy that likes it? I wouldn't say I'm the only person. Yeah, the thing with Cross Ange is I don't know if I still to this day after watching it when it aired, I still don't know if I like it or not. So the term is, so we have the term helked. We have the term Sakura-Soud. And yes, there is still the term Cross Ange. As a Yoko Taro fan, like, well, my whole point with watching it is that I'm waiting for that crazy. I'm looking for that craziness of Yoko Taro, which it is technically there, and I'm just waiting for that moment that wows me. I guess I know it's there, but I'm waiting for it to wow me. What is helked? I don't know. We just went this long thing about how Helk was great until they had this campfire scene, and then it got depressing and boring. It fell off late in the game. And we realized that was like what was the two shows that were just like Helk? There was another show that was just like Helk that aired this year, or this year. And it was kind of the same thing where like it was really good, and then like towards the later part, just kind of went fun comedy that gets too serious. Sort of, yeah. It gets a little bit too heavy for its own britches. So I think this is the first part. Was Sugar Apple Fairy Tale the first part this year? See, this one, unlike the second part, the first part was like C for me, because it was too dumb mean. This image is for part 2. Are you serious? Okay, so we'll move part 2. No. Yeah, I guess it could be. Yeah, I guess you're right. I think you're right. Okay, there you go. Part 1 C, part 2 and A. Yeah, part 2 was way better than 1. Way better. Horimiya piece, I didn't like watching Horimiya. I like Horimiya Peace, and I thought there was a lot of really good moments in it, but there was a lot of dumb episodes. Like, just nothing but, like, I understand why this was skipped. I just wanted to go watch the old show. Like, just go watch Horimiya. Like, anybody ask me about Peace, I say go watch Horimiya. Returner's Magic, I haven't finished yet. No, see, Horimiya Peace was like Ranking of Kings for me. I didn't care for it. The first couple of episodes of Ranking of Kings, I agree with you, but like the later episodes of Ranking of King was super good. Like, I'm a 50-year-old guy. Noyak Triangle. Yeah, I was waiting on watching the Blu-rays, and I never did get a chance to. Second part of Nagatoro, really great fights in it. Was a little bit better than the first part, the first part, because technically getting into the umbrella and things going down a lot quicker than I thought they would go, but it's still kind of in the B rank for me. Oh, they still haven't released all of Ayakashi Triangle? Are you serious? I thought they already released them. Well, that explains my weight. That explains my weight. Bang Dream, it's my go. We're almost done. We have 4 more. I might actually make it before it gets too late. Bang Dream is my go. I have to explain this one. I'm going to put it A. I have to explain this one. I hate every character in that show except for 3 characters. Like, there's like everybody's melodramatic annoyance in my mind except for 3 characters. And one of them is technically the main focal point of the story. And her story is so freaking good. And she's easily the reason to watch that show. Like, if you're okay with melodrama, you're probably going to love the show. But if you hate melodrama like I do, you have to kind of fight through it because, like, their vocalist in that show, that story was super good. I loved her story. She broke my heart. I cried multiple times. It's still worth it. If you're okay with that. The one anime I haven't seen that isn't on the list is that as easy A rank is Otona Precure, due to being an adult Precure. Yeah, I was kind of interested in it just because of that, but I never watched any Precure, so it wasn't gonna work for me. Oh, here's the OVA for Tonikawa. The better Tonikawa, when they didn't have like just the same 4 characters they always talk with. I'll put it right above the other Tonikawa. Trash. Rennie Protocol's trash. Absolute freaking trash. I hate that Sawano did music for that stupid trash show. I need a worse than trash, and that goes in the worse than trash. Pluto. I think in the end it's S. I'm fine with S. I don't see any reason why not put an S. There was like, I didn't like how preachy it was, like overly preachy it was. Like, it's like at some point I'm like, I get it, war's bad. I hated like all like a good chunk of like between episode like 2 or 3 and 5. Like, there's like this little segment in it, this middle point that was like, I don't care. Like, when I was getting all to all the other targets, except for Epsilon. I think Epsilon was great. But, like, all the other targets up until Epsilon was like, I don't really care about these dudes. I don't really care to get to know them. But, yeah, everything outside of that was really good. It's a super good show. Yeah, North was great. The pianist and the ex soldier. And that's it. That is I did it. I did all 166. And I'm like an hour and a half later than I was hoping to. Where'd I end up putting reincarnated as a sword? I think it was like A or S. I like the sword kitten. She's cute. The daughter room must be protected. Yes, I'm here, Patches, and I just finished. Did I want to change it around before I stop? Let's see. What does Angel do? It's in S because Genghis gets it for his birthday present, unless he's trolling me and I find out that he... Hold on a second. Wait a second. Hold on. Investigation. I must investigate. Did you get shadow banned, Genghis? I think Genghis got shadow banned on X. He's not coming up anymore. Did you block me on Twitter? I ain't no troll. I think you blocked me on Twitter. I was gonna find out if you're Oh, I know how to find you. Hold on a second. I thought you added me lately. I was gonna check see if your Twitter like lit up. Yeah, I'm pulling up a Carfax. I gotta do a Carfax history report on Genghis. There we go. I found him. All right, it checks out. According to Twitter, it is indeed his birthday. So yeah, I won't move her, but she is going to the bottom though. But no, okay, onimai dangers checks out. I think this still holds out. I kind of want to put oshinoko above frieren, but I think I'm gonna stick to my guns there. I think those are good. Those are good. That's good. I kind of want to put that above there. Probably that are two. I think Strange Fake needs to jump up a couple levels here. Probably there. Tsurune, Heavenly Delusion needs to jump up quite a bit too. There. Arc Knights needs to go up at least one. Overtake. Well, that's a tough one. Overtake. At least above Tsurune. I don't know if any further than that. Yuzuki family above Overtake. Apothecary Diaries. I'm leapfrogging right now. We'll get our list eventually. I don't know that I'm willing to put Apothecary Diary above Heavenly Delusion, so I guess that's good right there for now. It might jump above it. Pluto's need to jump up a bit. Probably I'll leave it there. I think that's good. I'm gonna leave it there. It's too much. At some point, it gets difficult to kind of rank up the S ranks, but I think that's good. So good list would only have Vinland Saga S tier, but we've talked about that before. Surprise Mashoko is an S tier despite all the content it missed. Well, it's still like compared to everything else, it's an incredible story, so it still works. Angel Next Door ED. I forget what the Angel Next Door ED was. Yeah, 3rd and 4th is Bungo Stray Dogs. 4th and 5th season. 3rd and 4th? Is it 3rd and 4th or 4th and 5th? It's 4th and 5th, isn't it? Now you got me all mixed up now. I like your jacket, by the way. Remind me of old jacket I used to see before. Yeah, I like it. I got it from my brother a long time ago. I find it comfy, and it's never like cold enough out here to wear it. So it is 4th and 5th. Okay. Can I get the name saying why you put that in the title? Anyways, that is my tier list. I need to get some sleep. I need to go get some sleep. Oh, is it Carhartt? I don't know. My brother bought it. Can I reach it? Yes. It is. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the tier list. It was like only, what, 166, so that's not too much. Can I say all the S tiers? Okay, yeah, sure. Onimai, Dangers of My Heart, Bungo Stray Dogs 4th, Bungo Stray Dogs 5th season, frieren Beyond Journey's End, Oshinoko, Kaguya-sama Love is War, Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation, Season 2, Part 1, Heavenly Delusion, Apothecary Diaries, Fate, Strange Fake, Dark Gathering, Ranking of Kings, The Treasure Chest of Courage, Magical Revolution, Arc Knights, Paris and Frost, Yuzuki Family's Sons. Is it Yuzuki Family's 4 Sons? Or is it Yuzuki-san Family or something like that? Anyways, Overtake, Pluto, Tsurune's 2nd season, 100 Girlfriends, and this is Genghis Kong's thing. I don't know what this show is. It's the Galaxy Next Door spoils me for the last time. Our dating story, something. Yuzuki Family's 4 Sons, yeah. The waifu enemy. My girlfriend falls asleep after I close the door for 2 seconds. Apparently, my bedroom is full of carbon monoxide poisoning the anime. I asked a random stranger girl who walked in my bedroom while I was sick from a cold if she's okay with me not asking for favors. That show. Then she started to feed me random food because she's a feeder. The girl next door is a feeder. That's literally what the show is about. It's the angel next door is a feeder. She feeds him, so she's a feeder. That's a thing. Isn't that what it's called? I am jealous. Yes, she is very cute. Isn't that the term though? It's called a feeder. Anyways, I'm gonna get off here before I say something that gets me demonetized. Thanks guys for dropping by. It was a lot of fun. Thanks guys for being a part of this live stream. Like I said before, I'm technically need to make a top list of fall and then a top list of 2023. So this makes it easy for me to kind of get it in my head exactly where everything's gonna go. So it helped me out as well. Gave me some people to talk to. You guys are a lot of fun to talk to as always. But thanks for dropping by. But yeah, that's problem, Tin Man. I don't think that there will be I did record something for Mushoku Mondays, but I don't think there will be a Mushoku Monday. So I'll have to see you guys probably the following Monday. So anyhow, take care, guys. Thanks for dropping by.